Gamers. Inbound shovel is what they all say before I get hit in the head by a shovel. And that's how I want it to be. What's up, Jumpy Neb? Inbound shovel, maybe he's not real. Yeah, that's true, Vari. Also, I'd like to announce the new segment on stream. We're calling it Vertex Shader Reviews, apparently. Luna, what's up? Extranji, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. In case you guys don't know, Extranji helps me with like a lot of lore and stuff. Me, Extranji, and Insandio have a lot of long conversations about what's going on in Isadora's Edge. So, Jumpy Neb, Monarch, Burb IRL. There we go. That's the first time I've ever read your username correctly. Every other time I've read it as Berberal in my head. Burb IRL, I see. The animation show, Sekmek, Orb Master. Hey, Lizard, welcome in. Easy. Oh, Cat. I gotta break the habit of reading Easy J Cat out. Dragons Racer, welcome in. Monarch, good morning, Shovel. Did you sleep well? I did. And if I did I notice you on my ceiling? I did not, actually. You are very sneaky, so. Quentin, what's up, Quentin? That's Quentin from, I know what it's called, Jamlytics. What's up? How you doing? I has Chesburger. You fixed YouTube, almost worked, but micro G services don't. That's how you would sign in. Pioneer Rose, what's up? What's up? It's the new segment on the show, Vertex Shader News. Yeah. I feel like for Showcase Saturday, probably we'll play like maybe half of a game, quarter of one if we have time. And then we need like a solid like 4 hours straight of talking about Vertex shaders. A lot of updates in the space, apparently. Yeah. I need something to hide my camera over here because I keep looking down at myself. Being in this like talking head view where my camera is much bigger than usual is I'm distracting myself is the truth of it. You know what? We're going to take my Google Doc and put it right over my stupid face. Hey, Iceman, welcome in, welcome in. Oh, Tofu, it's your birthday? Happy birthday, Tofu. All right, chat, I want all of you to start singing the happy birthday song. Try to all send your messages at the same time so it lines up. Anytime you're in a video call, you spend at least 60% of the time looking at your own camera. If it doesn't let you hide it, yeah, it's so distracting, you know? I'm Narcissus. And my camera is my lake. What did Narcissus stare at? He stared at himself in a lake, right? This is what I like to see. You guys are doing a good job singing that song. Birthday to birthday, yes, you. Jumpy Deb, you might need to work on your understanding of the song a little bit. Tofu, holy shit, this is crazy. Nice. Tofu getting the props they deserve. Nice. Dragon Racers bringing in the cha-cha-cha. Classic. Yeah, I think Tofu probably turned 1 year old. He's a very advanced baby. We need an Isadora Absolute Cinema emote. True. Absolute Cinema. Yeah, we have like so many Isadora emotes, but I think I commissioned all of those before Cinema got popular. So great short shovel, by the way. Love the cat boss. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lyra. That's awesome. Yeah, I really enjoyed replacing the boss sprite with that cat. It was fun that I was able to just drop in the sprite and it worked just fine. Although it looked a little bit goofy. Yeah. Oh, speaking of the short, make sure if you're watching right now, you click like on the stream. I know YouTube has like a new hype feature. Does anyone know what that does? Tofu, the team of Free Time, including Aiden Ross, will be working. Aiden Rose. That's a different person, huh? The team of Free Time, including Aiden Rose, will be working on a video game with Tofu. That's it for the insider info. Nice. The cat sprite was really well drawn. Excited to see it in game. Fur really cooked on that one. Like the stream? Yes, like the stream, chat. Thank you. Everton Game Dev. Hello from Brazil. Hello, Brazil. How do I send you your game? You can post it in the Discord. There's a forum in the Discord called Showcase Saturday, and you can post it there. Cat says, I don't think streams can be hyped, but you can leave hype points on videos 3 times per week, and the most hyped videos get put on the leaderboard. Oh. I see. So it's sort of like a just like a boost, like a what's the word? I guess hype does make sense. It's just boosting to go up on the what's it called? Hot, popular, trending, trending. That's the word. I know English, guys. Don't even for 1 second think that I don't know how to speak fluently in the language that I know how to speak. Dude, speaking of languages, today is my 365-day streak on on Duolingo. Let's go. Actually kept it up for a full year. Love to see that. Extranji sent me a song yesterday that has like a Japanese verse in it, and the first two lines in the verse I just understood without needing to like look up a translation or anything. So that felt really good, especially because I wasn't like, hey, can you send me a Japanese song to test my knowledge? So, but nope, it worked out just great. Happy birthday to your Duolingo streak. True, Tofu, you and my Duolingo streak share a birthday. How exciting is that? Vertex Shader News was in Japanese with subtitles. X Gamer says, thank you so much for keeping your tutorial series. You want to switch to Godot, and I'm the only gym channel you found in this niche. You had experience with Construct, Click Team, and RPG Maker, so thank you. Hey, no problem. I'm glad I could help. Yeah. Yeah, I've been thinking about needing to do like a longer tutorial series, but working on Isadora is taking up most of my time. And I have the habit of trying to take on more projects than I can actually manage. And if I let myself do that, then everything gets delayed because I'm trying to do so many projects at once. I'm sure with a bunch of Game Jam enthusiasts in my chat, you all can relate. I'm going to lose my mind if this guy mentions Vertex Shader News. That's coming up after we play through a game, but then Zode asks, do you plan to do another Inbound Shovel Game Jam? Absolutely. Yeah. I was thinking about different types of formats I could possibly do. I think it was Vari and Monarch. Although I might be getting the perpetrators' names wrong. But I thought I saw Vari and Monarch talking about wanting to participate in a jam that was like a year long, and the goal was to like finish something and put it on Steam. And so I considered doing like a shovel jam that was like, a year long thing where Showcase Saturday, you could post updates to the game you're working on for that like full length jam or whatever. But I don't know. I don't think I have the leniency in my schedule right now to run a year long, like a full jam, and then also run the 10-day long shovel jam halfway through. So gaslighting ourselves into becoming actual factual game devs. Year-long jam. Yeah, so weighing between the two, it's like they both sound nice, but the 10-day jam is so like classic. So do you guys usually join game jams, or you make your own when you feel like it? Oh, yeah. So I started with game jams. How many game jams did I do? I don't actually remember off the dome. And then I did a couple like game dev challenges just to make YouTube videos out of them. I think I did 2 or 3 of those. So those were just completely on my own. And then some were for game jams. And then I had a game jam where I made the jam version of Isadora's Edge. So 10 Day is not at all classic as someone who constantly scours the game jam section of Edge. Oh, yeah. By classic, I mean it's like the shorter format. Like a year-long jam where the goal is to make something that can go on Steam, and the whole time everybody is like playtesting and providing feedback so that after a year we have like a group, like a small community of people all releasing games together. That is extremely non-standard. So, yeah. MLK, do catch up. You've arrived, but you have to go out. So, hey, chat. Hey, thanks for stopping in. Monarch doesn't doom scroll short form content. He doom scrolls game jams. True. Segment, I don't do game jams. Maybe just yours because you're the go. Hey, what's up? But because you're always busy with studying and other stuff, so you can't do more. Yeah, that's the classic. It's like I wish I had 1,000 hours per day. Jumpy Neb, Shovel, have you seen my game in Showcase Saturday? I think so. Let me go double check Neb, but I believe I did. Scratch Cat does scratch. This game is really hard. Open it up. Apparently I don't have Scratch Cat does scratch. on here. Throw it. Adding it to my list. Scratch cat does scratch. It's funny. I think I have like every other game on the from the forum on my document in order. Somehow missed that one. Extranji got to yap for a bit first. Warm up the vocal cords. Exactly. Can you guys please explain what is the pretty joining and working on one? Would it be positive without experience? Yeah, totally. Doing a game jam is the way to get experience, in my opinion. You know, it's like it forces you to go through essentially a whole production pipeline in an extremely condensed time frame, and that's what like allows you to learn what you need to do during those production timelines. Like, I think one thing that a lot of inexperienced game devs don't realize is that halfway through a project, you should have basically like features closed. Like, no new features are coming in. You have the game like the gameplay ready to a point where now you're just developing content and polishing the stuff that's already there, bug fixing and doing the last things you need to do to get it ready for release, so that then you also have time to play test the content that you've made using those features. It's like feature lock halfway through a project makes total sense from like a long scale production phase. But when it comes to a game jam and you have 7 days, thinking that on day 3 or 4, you should be like, all right, the main mechanics and the core gameplay are locked in, and now I'm just trying to like get stuff ready to actually release it so people can play it. I think that that's a hugely important learning experience to help you as a developer know when you should be like locking in on certain like different aspects of your game. Additionally, I think game jams really teach you the importance of getting feedback. The one thing that is a little bit unfortunate with game jams is that a lot of the time you barely finish the project like right when the game jam like deadline is, right? That's how a game jam works. You're supposed to get it in right at the deadline. And then you get a whole bunch of feedback, if you're lucky, from a whole bunch of people that you can't immediately act on because it's not like you can upload it. And I think the fact that you can't change your game during the judging process actually does cause people to hold off on making those changes based on feedback they're getting. So that's actually an interesting concept, though, like a 2-phase game jam where you first do the initial like the initial jam, and then you have like a judging and feedback section, and then jam has a phase 2 where you can make changes based on the feedback you got or something. So so anyway, that idea to the side, I feel like there's a lot of stuff to learn about how to make games from doing game jams. It's like I was already working at 343 on Halo Infinite before I did my first game jam, and I feel like I learned just as much from doing game jams as I did from having real world experience in at 343 Studios, like working on a full game dev title. So yeah. Oh, and Luna makes a good point in chat too. It's like when you actually release your game as a part of doing a game jam, it's such a good feeling, and it's such a unique feeling, and it teaches you like what it's like to actually release stuff, and it makes it feel like you can actually release stuff, you know? It's like before you've like clicked publish and seen people playing your game, it can feel out of reach, and it can feel like I don't know how to get to that point, and it can also feel like you can just continue pushing it out forever, you know? Because you have more stuff to do, more stuff you want to add, or it's not quite ready yet, or you need to do some more playtesting internally, or maybe you can add something else, maybe it's not quite good enough yet. It's like the deadline for the game jam forces you to get it out there. So wait, that's a good jam idea though. Oh, like the 2-phase one? Yeah. I think for the next 10-day shovel jam, I'm going to not disable page editing during the after the submissions end, because in the first jam I had it turned off. So once the deadline phase ends, you couldn't like delete and re-upload, you couldn't change anything, and that meant there were a lot of people who did late submissions to like fix a bug, and there were people who had bugs that didn't get to like push the version, or they submitted the wrong version. I know that happened to Hio and David. They made like Undiagnosed, the ADHD game, and you can always edit the page. I mean, I'm editing the submission. I'm editing the submission on the page, like deleting and re-uploading the executable or whatever. Which that one I know is a setting you can do. Not editing the page. You can always like change the styling of the page or whatever. But yeah. So I know that they fixed a bunch of bugs and then made the build with the fixed bugs, and then just uploaded the previous version that had the bugs in it. And so that's really unfortunate. And then they didn't want to use a late submission because they were like, we weren't late, we just submitted the wrong one. And so I think in their case, using a late submission to submit the bug fix would have been totally acceptable. And with that in mind, letting them just change it would be good. And so I think something like that would probably make sense, you know? your crashes never got fixed. Yeah, exactly. Like, wouldn't it have been nice that like after you finish, you submit the deadline, and like everything's good, and then you realize there's a crash that some people are hitting, then you can just fix it and re-upload. So I still remember when Shovel played my game expecting it to soft lock and then it magically didn't. Yeah, Monarch, you really told me over and over again that ability was going to soft lock my game, and then it just didn't. So, I guess I'm just built a little diffy right there. 1 week is a very good time frame for a game jam. You have time to do what you want. You can really give it your all since it's quite short. Yeah, yeah. It's enough time that you can like really focus and get it done and make something cool. And it's enough time to actually like explore your ideas. It's like with a 48-hour game jam, it's like I really always felt like I don't have enough time to do all the stuff I want to do. Uploading the game 5 minutes before deadline. Classic. I said it before, but yeah, if you add a time to fix bugs after reviews, people will just see it as, it's not a 7+3 day jam, it's a 10-day jam, and nothing will actually change. Yeah, that's like a risk for sure, but I think it's probably worth it for the people who will do it right. Inbound Shovel, I sent you my submission via email. Were you able to receive it? I sure was, Pioneer Rose. Your game is, hold on. Bean Within, right? Yeah, I got Bean Within on my list. So Luna says, Monarch, didn't you have text on an upgrade that said it would soft like the game selected? Yeah. Monarch is the type of developer that puts the bugs as text in the game itself, which I appreciate. X Gamer, one more question. Did you work as a freelance dev, or were you joining and working from an office? Any resume differences? You said you were in a couple studios. Should you worry to join one or go by yourself? Yeah. So my career path was I graduated with a degree in computer science and software engineering. I tried to get a minor in international studies, but I didn't finish the language section because the classes were too full and I couldn't get in. I tried to get into Japanese, and then I tried to get into Chinese, and I couldn't do either. And I didn't want to do Spanish. And so even though I took all the like classes on like cultures around the world and world history and all that stuff for the degree, I just didn't finish the language portion. But whatever. Now I'm doing Duolingo, so what's the difference? And so using my degree in computer science and software engineering, I got a job at Amazon just doing software engineering. But the reason I got the degree in computer science was because I knew that you have to program to make video games. Like that's the reason I decided to learn it. So, but by the time I finished with my degree, I realized, there's a lot more to it. I was very naive when I picked that career path. But with that in mind, I got a really strong job offer from Amazon. And so I just took it because that's what everyone was doing. A lot of people from my college went to work for Amazon. My roommates were people that I came up to work with Amazon, came to work at Amazon with, is how you properly say that sentence in English. And I worked in Amazon for just under 4 years before I was like, this is sucking the soul out of my body. This is the most soul crushing, like depressing feeling of all time. This is brutal. You've heard Amazon is gruelingly difficult. Yeah, it sure is. And it's competitive. And it is tough. It is tough to work at Amazon, and it's not what I wanted to be doing. So, so I started applying to game dev studios. And 343 Studios is also in Seattle, so that was easy. I sent in the application. They gave me an interview. I drove up there, and then I just nailed the interview. Is like really the long and short of it. I got lucky that I had an interview with a couple software engineers, and that was so easy because I understand software. Like that was super easy. Then I had an interview with 2 game designers, and we talked about game design for like an hour and a half. And luckily they were aligned with me on a lot of my game design views. So we talked about like what are elements. Like one of the questions they asked me was like, what is one of your favorite games? And I had recently played Breath of the Wild, so I said, I think Breath of the Wild is really good. And then they asked me to explain what I thought was really good about it and what was really bad about it. And I think that was a really good exercise. And I had been thinking about it already. I had been trying to study it on my own, so I had stuff ready. And I think that was like one of the things that really helped me with getting a job at 343 was that I was sort of ready to answer the design stuff. And then after that interview, I had an interview with like one of the tech directors or something, like campaign director, like one of the higher ups. And he was all over the place with his questions, like jumping from like topic to topic and subject to subject. And but after that interview, and then he asked me one like difficult technical question that I just happened to know the answer to. It wasn't like I needed to think about it. It was just a question that I had solved before, either during another interview or something. So I got a little bit lucky during that interview for sure. And so then I started working at 343. I worked there for about 2 years before I quit because of the crunch. Because the crunch was just way too much. And then I started doing game jams and posting videos on YouTube and stuff. And then the campaign director for Halo Infinite started at Tempo Games working on the Bazaar. And he was like, we need engineers. So he messaged me and was like, hey, we're looking for a gameplay engineering team. And, working with you on Halo Infinite was good. Are you free? So that's when I went to Tempo Games. And so I worked on the Bazaar for about a year and a half. And it was really an experience that I have signed some agreements about. So I will not talk on that further. But then left there, technically got laid off due to financial reasons. But yeah, left there and then worked on an indie studio on like a farming simulator. And I worked there for about a year. And then I went to another indie studio for about a year. And now it is now, where the whole time during these different dev studios and stuff, I've been working on Isadora's Edge and making YouTube stuff. So it was one of the experiences of all time. Yeah, it was absolutely a game studio that I worked on developing a game, and I had coworkers also. So quite the journey. Yeah. It was I've been in the games industry for about like 6 to 7 years total. In terms of like actual job experience. And then before that, a couple of years at Amazon. So you get, y'all are getting coworkers. Yeah, that is actually a very, Scalt says, submitted your game too late on Discord. It's okay. He streams every Saturday. Also, I have Discord open right now. What's your name on Discord though, Scalt? Are you Schmitty? Thought you were telling us the plot of a new game. No. Skull? Huh. I don't see your game. Hold on. Let me make sure you know where to post it. Skull 711. I see. Oh yeah, hold on. How come this wasn't showing up for me? What? I have a concern. Wait, am I stupid? Can I not read? Oh. Okay, I'm blind. It was right there the whole time. Chat, no one talk to me right now. I'm going through something. All right, but yeah. Okay, cool. Just had to refresh. Shovel, you should play IDT's game. It got featured on Jacksepticeye Specialist. Strife didn't, but we know why. Oh, why? I want the lore drop. IDT. But they're preparing for Christmas 2025. I don't see their game. Let's see. IDT is counting down the days to Christmas in the Showcase Saturday forum post. Once per day. I'm hitting them with horse sticker. You're getting a horse sticker for this one, IDT. Okay. Because it was ass. What's the best way to secure funding for an indie project in 2025, soon to be 2026? I wish I could tell you. This guy's Monarch posting. Yeah. I am going to try Kickstarter once my demo's ready. There are lots of other ways to try to get funding. I know there's the Indie Dev Fund, right? Am I remembering that name correctly? Secure funding step 1, find someone rich. Lara's like hitting up my friends with the big fat bankrolls like, yo, I have this incredible idea. It's called 10 Deadly Games. Oh, okay. Sushi FT says, can we still post a game? Absolutely. Yeah, is it the Indie Dev Fund? I think that's what it's called. Yeah, the Indie Fund. You can apply to them. They've funded 52 games. I think they have like a 1-to-2 replay ratio, right? Where it's like, once the game is released, you pay back the first investment, and then you share 25% of the revenue until they double the initial investment, right? So you pay back double the investment at a 25% revenue cost. And then outside of that, if you have a vertical slice, you can go to a publisher and try to get funding that way. Or you could try to do crowdfunding like a Kickstarter. Those are kind of ways. Yo, I'm cool. Money, hold out hand. Yeah. Hello, give, please. Thank you. Hire me. I'm good at UI and nothing else. Hey, you're also good at shitposting, Monarch. Don't sell yourself short. It's like I said that as a joke, but actually, now that I think about it, being good at shitposting, if you're especially good at shitposting on Twitter, is a valuable skill for game dev marketing nowadays. I guess that's like the whole aggro crab like modus operandi, right? Oh, and Co Games, your game is called Tethergeist. Ooh, Tethergeist. IDT usually makes pretty peak stuff, right? IDT, you made I can't remember the name of it. It was the game with all the guys jumping off a helicopter to fight like a big monster thing, right? That was your game, I think. For the Shovel Jam. Yeah. Oh, that game was fun. It was too hard for me, dude. I got crushed. I got absolutely wrecked. But yeah, but it was very cool. I love the concept of it. It's so real though. Chop chop tofu boy gave you so much dopamine. Yeah, true. You'll need to make a Twitter account, Shovel. Yeah, I mean that is the big limiting factor on it, right? If I didn't already have one set up, I certainly wouldn't do it now. But I also haven't really seen any sort of like what the game dev posts look like on Blue Sky. I created a Blue Sky account, but I haven't really seen what it's like over there. Also, at this point in my Twitter feed, I followed so many artists and retweeted so much art that it's pretty much just a stream of people promoting their indie games and art. That's like all I see on there. And that's because I've carefully curated my Twitter feed by if someone says something even a little bit annoying, I instantly mute them. So I don't have anything to post to showcase, so we're working on my game engine during the stream. Awesome, Quentin. Awesome. And when you do have something to post, I'll be excited to play it. Okay. Orb Master, you're making pizza, but we forgot the cheese. Seems like a pretty core ingredient, but it can work without it. I was making the most bastardized pizza. Like I laid out some naan, put some barbecue sauce on it, laid down some cheese and some chicken, and it was like rotisserie chicken from Costco that I had like deboned myself, and then the barbecue sauce was left over from some ribs I had. So it was a bastard barbecue chicken pizza. Shovel recipe taking notes. I was like, I got to eat all this stuff in the fridge. Let's figure out how it can work together. The leftover surprise pizza. Exactly. With a non-crust. Goes crazy. Pugging is my game from last week also on the list. It's called The Perfect Sequence. Yes, it is. Although the list has grown quite a lot, so there's a lot of games on here. This link is messed up. That's okay. I can at least copy and paste it. The other links on my list are clickable. For some reason, that one isn't. Whatever. Tofu, why did I read that in the voice? What did Tofu say? Barbecue bacon burger. When are you making a new video about your game? I actually have a video basically ready to go. I'm just waiting on the sponsor's approval, and then it'll be live. Yeah, a new video coming out this month. So probably I'll have a new video on the 12th, either the 12th or the 19th, based on how approval goes. So bet there's a big backlog from Skong Saturday. Less than I would have thought. I expected like a lot of people would be sort of waiting, and a lot of people were waiting, but I think they were waiting to drop their game in Showcase Saturday until until after I got back to it. So yeah, after I finished Silksong on stream, I went to check and I was like, there are some games in here, but less than I would have expected. And then as soon as I did that first Showcase Saturday, a bunch more games came in. I was like, okay, cool. I was a little bit worried for a second there. I was like, I hope there'll be enough games in here for me to actually stream it. How big is this list? There's like at least 25 games on here. So, but I also reorder it based on like what's going on the fly. So, yeah. My brother posted the prototype of his game on the showcase. It's called Bloxo. Has a pretty unique mechanic. Oh yeah, Bloxo's on my list too. I saw that. And then I also have marked the games on here that are download only because I have given up on my Shadow PC, and I tried to get a virtual desktop set up. And I basically have it working, but it was lagging pretty hard, even though I have it using my graphic resources. So I need to figure out, because basically I don't want to play people's games and have them not really work properly. But Skull, you thought about making a platformer, but you failed miserably. Didn't even get to start it. You know, shoot 'em ups the most, and you have the most experience making them. So specialization, that is nice. Nice. Yeah, I think specializing is important. You know, make something that you know and understand. Do you have an opinion on Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? I thought it was fun. I thought it was awesome. Monarch, once again, thanks for considering the thing I asked you about before, Shovel. I thought it'd go disastrous, but you really are saying, hey, no problem. No problem. Yeah, I was thinking about it a lot last night. I'll message you about it later, but yeah. Since, you know, don't want to necessarily talk about it on stream, but yeah. No problem, no problem. I didn't finish it though, so no problem. Yeah, I got to like I finished like the last like shrine or boss or whatever, however you want to phrase that, before finishing the game. But Insandio was was behind me. I was a little bit faster than her, and she's like, "Don't finish the game before I'm even close to finishing it, otherwise we won't be able to talk about it." And I was like, "Okay." And so I put it on pause, and then she also put it on pause. Dude, you skip all my comments. Sorry, there's a lot of messages. I don't do it intentionally. Monarch, I want you to know that all 41 of us are curious now. They're already working on DLC. This is so peak. Oh, DLC for team for Silksong. Nice. I really want a boss rush mode. I want to go boss rush. What engine do you use? I use Godot with the Godot Game Engine. Real ones download games raw. Yeah, I just, you know, run it. Dude, I actually I barely avoided a scam attempt. There was someone pretending to be a sponsor. They looked really official. It was only until they needed me to download something. They kept that close to the chest for a long time, looked really official the whole time. And then they were like, you need to download this. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. And I realized it was all a scam. So what a waste of my time, huh? Those scams they're trying their best. You heard Team Cherry is going to be starting a new game. They said their main concern is dying before completing it due to how long it takes to make games. Yeah. I mean, that is a concern for sure. Shovel having all those lost royal relatives reaching out. Yeah. The crown prince of Saudi Arabia was like, yo, I want to sponsor one of your videos. I was like, bet. Please, oh please run this .bat. Right. This is the big and supreme rammed tofu 3 wint. We want to sponsor you for $5,660,000. Yeah, I'll take that deal. Tears of the Kingdom might be one of my 90% games. It's so close to perfect, but oh my god, the air bike is way too good. The air bike? I don't even know if I got the air bike. Unless you're just talking about building a bike yourself that flies through the air. I really like building contraptions. I think that is very fun. Although bullet hell, flashy shoot 'em ups are the trendiest kind of shoot 'em ups, like Cave's Mushi Hime-sama or Ketsui on the market, I chose to work on a more traditional shoot 'em up similar to Raiden and Fire Shark. I like your fancy words. Lyra. No, we're talking about Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't played it yet, guys. Guys, stop. I haven't played it. So you skip every other comment? Lost a subscriber, rip. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just ban you because you're being very annoying. All right. There we go. Cool. You could always just not build the air bike, right? Yeah, if the air bike is just like putting together a contraption that can fly through the air. The air bike is the meta bike that everyone builds and beats every other one. Nice. Okay, I see. I didn't even know there were meta builds. I really don't look up stuff about games while I'm playing them, or even after I play them for a long time. And in a lot of ways, Lyra, Isadora Monka. Yeah, I tend to not look up stuff so that I can try to form opinions on my own before I see what other people think. I think that's a really, really good way to develop that sense of taste and that like ability to understand like what's going on. It's a specific contraction. It's hard not to use it. Oh, I see. Yeah. It's like that's what keeps me from knowing stuff like how people hate Savage Beastfly. It's like I just sort of fought it and thought it was a fun fight and then found out everyone hates it. Or similarly, like people really, really dislike the double damage in Silksong. And I thought that was such a clever design decision. So needing to square that away, it's like, why did I think it was clever and why did people hate it? And so how can I like learn from that is like super important, you know? Every time I play games with my friend, he looks up best X for X. It's miserable. Yeah, it's like I really avoid doing that. I know that I can suck the fun out of my own experience very easily, so I just try to go in blind, you know. But the double damage in Silksong was good, in your opinion? Yeah, I really like the fact that you can be more lenient during exploration. I can explore a little bit more haphazardly because some stuff only does single damage. Knowing that the hazards dealt double damage does make me that felt a little weird, but I think that got patched, right? So Luna, you've seen nothing, next to nothing from Silksong and need to play it. You do need to play it. Aren't you making a Metroidvania, Luna? Isn't Lumina a Metroidvania? Savage Beastfly is such a goated fight. The lava one is peak. Yeah, that's how I felt. I was like, oh, this is so cool. The fact that like he charges me, but then destroys the platforms that I'm using to avoid the lava. I just felt like it was really cool. So you and your friend just DM each other about the games we play instead of going online and complaining about them. Yeah. Nice. Oh no, Metroidvania developer is about to play Silksong. Was wanting to complete Hollow Knight before moving on to Silksong. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Making sure you play both of them. Nightfolds, I do the same. Yeah, true. I mean, that's the best way to do it. Playing a game where you and a friend are both playing it and you're both blind so that you can like compare to each other. You hate looking up things for games, but your brother watches so much videos that he effectively knows how the game is programmed. Then I crush him in Mario Kart Double Dash. Beautiful comment. A+. Had an arc structure to it and everything. You just beat Silksong last night. It's absolutely splendid. Yeah, Silksong is really good. You hated Savage Beastfly because you went to it very early in game. When you came back later, it was fun. Yeah, I can see that argument for sure. I really liked it, but I also fought it late. So Silksong players obtaining a mask before the first act ends so they can die in 3 hits instead of 3. True. Skull, I wish I could get dynamic difficulty in your shoot 'em up in one of your game jams, but your time on time is hard to get it right. Yeah. Dynamic difficulty is one of the things that I think is really tough. So, Cat, I slammed my head into the wall for Beastfly instead of coming back later. I slammed my head into the wall on everything. I never came back to anything. But that's just how I do it, you know? I really don't like giving up and coming back later, unless it's obvious that I need to, you know? Despite Silksong being talked a lot, I never played it. Can't summon Metroidvanias except Cave Story. Interesting. How many Metroidvanias have you played? Would be my thought. I feel like there's so many different ways that different games handle the genre, and there are lots of there's lots of pitfalls in the genre, right? You know, if the backtracking isn't fun or the abilities aren't interesting, you know. But by the way, Shovel, I use a keyboard for Mario Kart Double Dash. He uses a GameCube controller like intended. Does the keyboard give you an advantage in Mario Kart Double Dash? I don't know. You thought Cave Story was a linear game? Yeah, I haven't played Cave Story. Just the one. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, it can be obvious that the genre is not for you from the jump, but also it can be useful to figure out exactly from like a game design perspective, what it is about Metroidvanias that makes you dislike them. And like how to either avoid those pitfalls in your own game or find out if there are games that buck those trends that you dislike. And then maybe that would be a Metroidvania you enjoyed, you know, something like that. But Cave Story is a Metroidvania light. I see. Yeah. I tend to like most genres of games. So all of us are Metroidvania lights in a certain way. If you set your mind to it, you too can be a Metroidvania light. It's so much worse than a controller. Oh, I see. I see. It's not like a shooter, where like a first-person shooter where playing on mouse and keyboard is a dramatic advantage. Right? I think that's the case. Me talking like I know anything. Monarch posting. I wonder what it is about Metroidvanias that gives me the unsuppressible urge to develop a hugely scoped ones that fulfills your every dream. True. Can we get a +2 on Tofu there? The most relatable thing ever said. Something about playing a good Metroidvania is like, you know, I want to drop everything and build a world that takes me the next 17 years to develop. Backtracking makes me dislike Metroidvania genre, mostly because you're used to the start to finish nature of shoot 'em ups. Yeah. I mean, that's true. Handling the backtracking is tough. It's like, I feel like you need a game that really, really understands that backtracking is a part of Metroidvania and makes it both fun and interesting to backtrack. When you're backtracking, there's plenty of new stuff to explore and find thanks to the abilities you've gotten since the last time you were there, things that change dynamically. So even if you're backtracking, you don't know always what to expect. Stuff like that I think is pretty important. Have you tried Kirby Air Rides? Yeah, or Kirby Air Riders. I tried the original for GameCube back in the day. I haven't played the new one yet though. If you start from scratch and have 6 months worth of savings while full-time developing, what would you do? What genre would you start? YouTube, Kickstarter, demo, or early access? I think it really depends on what exactly your goal is. 6 months to start a YouTube channel is crazy tight. Yeah, I mean, if you're someone like brainless and you're just absolutely go with the sauce and you can just get it done and make incredible videos from the jump, then sure. But not all of us are that incredibly talented and smart and cool and funny. So we have to really work hard to make good videos. We have to learn how to do it. And so learning how to make good videos takes time. The same way learning how to make good games takes time. Goated with the swass. Yeah. And then it also depends on, is your goal just to release something? Like, is it just to make a game before you find a new job, or are you trying to make enough money to keep doing indie development? I've never heard "Go to with the sauce" drop so casually and articulately. Oh shit, that's Juniper Dev. What's up, Juniper? Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Uh, but yeah, it really depends on what your goals are, I think. Um, so it also depends on what the scope of the game you want to make is. If you're trying to make like a giant open world RPG or something, you might want to just start with a, a game with a smaller scope. Um, Fancy seeing Juniper here, right? Exciting, exciting. A celebrity dropped in. Let's go. Uh, but yeah, and if that's your goal, if you want to make something big like that, then you probably do need to aim for getting a vertical slice ready to either take to a publisher or take to Kickstarter for crowdfunding or something. But yeah, it's gonna be tough. I mean, 6 months is a short timeline for anything. So you're asking because you're in that spot. Your goal is to keep doing it full time. You started this channel a while ago. You mini blew up, but then stopped because of work. But now you're free and trying to plan it out. I see. Let me check out your channel, Damien. Let me see what you got on here. You made a game about a chicken. Yeah, I mean, it seems like you like making videos and shorts. So in my mind, that's a good reason to do it, you know? The shorts mini blew up. Yeah, yeah. I think like in general, just do what you like. If you want to do a channel, like that's the good reason to do it. It's like the reason I started making devlogs is because I had stuff I wanted to talk about. So you're selling your kidney for funding. I think that'll work out pretty well for you. Um, Unfortunately, I can't sell my kidneys. Brutal. If only all the game jam success translated to a sustainable income. If you finish your game and release it, Monarch, that could get you there. You were gonna try making videos, but I can't for the life of me record a good video. Yeah, I mean, if it makes you feel better, IDT. I also, for the life of me, couldn't record a good video back when I started. So, um, uh, the reason why your submission blew up a while ago was because you were uploaded to YouTube. Oh, I see. I see. Monarch spends too much time memeing in Jamlytics VC. Monarch, no, he asked me to work on my game. Yeah, Monarch Morningstar is going to do incredibly well. Yeah, I think Morningstar is a very fun game. So I sound super awkward and can't figure out a good tone. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. I remember I made a video about Genshin Impact way back in the day. But by the way, do not go watch my old videos. They're so bad. Oh, I made a video about like Genshin Impact waifus or something, and oof, the whole recording process for that video was horrid, bro. It was awful. Extranji says you got to be bad at something before you can get good at it. True. That's 100% true. It's like the first step to being good at something is to be bad at something, right? I already went and watched your old videos. You glowed up so hard. Inbound Shovel Genshin Impact waifu video. Cursed sentence. 6 words that should never be in that order. What are you talking about me? What are you talking about? I love that video. You told me who's the best waifu. It's like watching it back. I don't like hate it, but oof, what was I doing, man? Recording it was brutal. Trying to get through the lines. Ugh. I already went and watched. Oh yeah, I already read that. It's like looking back when I posted Beat Saber videos. They're wild, dude. I love Beat Saber though. Beat Saber goes crazy. In general, I just like rhythm games. Could you share the thought process on how you initially came up with the game dev secret format? It's a great way to show game dev to gamers in an entertaining way, which is a bigger audience than devs. Shovel, we did it. You just convinced Monarch to work on Morningstar. Let's go. Yeah, so my thought process on the game dev secrets was I was making my devlogs, and then Insandio, my wife, she is a VTuber, and she was making shorts from her like gameplay videos. And she was like, you should also make shorts. And I was like, that is true. That is a good point. I should do that. So then I made some shorts like talking about some enemy designs in the game. And they were pretty middling, and I didn't say anything interesting. And I was like, I don't really like these that much. And then I was like, you know, I was a tutor all throughout high school and college. And then when I worked at Amazon, I joined their senpai program to mentor people. So I really love teaching stuff. And I really like game design. And so I was like, maybe I could explain game design principles to people who don't know them, right? There's a sentiment that I see sometimes when people talk about stuff that like game design principles, like for example, Coyote Time. A lot of times if someone brings up Coyote Time, the reaction to it to me felt like everyone already knows about Coyote Time, right? That's sort of what gets said. But there are people who are starting game development that don't know about it, right? Like there are people who don't know about stuff. So trying to teach new game devs about these principles and these game design stuff seemed cool to me. And because I had Isadora as a game, like ready or ready to film, not ready to release, but looked good enough for me to get footage of it. I was like, this works well. And then I was trying to combine the two, like have my face in it and have, footage from Isadora in it. And then Insandio was like, bro, just cut your face, just have gameplay. That's going to look way sicker. It's going to be more visually impactful. And I was like, true. So then I just wrote some scripts like talking about game design principles, got footage from Isadora to accompany it, and then like glued them together. And I made 4 of them, and then I made 4 more. And then I posted like 4 in 1 week and 4 the next week. And I expected each one to get like a couple thousand views if they did really well. And then they blew the hell up way beyond what I expected. And then I kept making them. So the series has been so inspiring. I love it. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was really nice to see people's reaction to it, because part of me was like, are people just going to see these tips and be like, everyone knows this, shut up, shut up, Unc. but no, so many new developers were like, hey, thanks for like teaching me this stuff. It's very nice to have someone who wants to help out, and like your shorts have been very helpful for me, and I learned a lot from it. And so by that response made me think, okay, I definitely need to just keep making these and just talk about whatever I think is going to be useful for people. So uh, Shorts algorithm loves consistent uploads. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I took a month off of posting shorts because my shorts editor went on a vacation to Japan. So I took a month off of posting shorts, and then the 3 I've posted since he got back have definitely underperformed compared to previously. So some could say I'm in my flop era, but what are you gonna do? Oh, RKI is in the chat. What's up, RKI? How you doing? Good to see you, RKI. That's brilliant. You got inspired from it and currently cooking scripts in a technically this works format where it works super wrong, like jumping moves the world down, but the player sees it jump. Oh, I see you. I see. Lyra, I think shovel shorts are just top tier. Thank you, Lyra. Thank you. I appreciate that. The only reason you found me is through YouTube Shorts. Yeah, I think that's how most people know me. I'm people either found me through YouTube Shorts or through the Game Jam are like the 2 big ones. So, even if a viewer isn't learning from them, it's still super motivating and gives that sense of community to see other people chipping away at their projects. Yeah, totally. That's something that I definitely didn't realize. Was that like seeing so many people talk about their games and like discuss what they're trying to do and share what they want to make and all their like the stuff they're working on was like really motivating to see. And then like double dipped on it during the Game Jam, seeing everyone post their updates of the stuff they were doing for the Game Jam is super motivating. And I think I think not only for me working on my own game, but also for everyone in the Discord, seeing everyone else post their updates, it makes them want to continue improving. And then people giving helpful tips and being able to give feedback and stuff. I think it's awesome. It's really nice to see a community of game developers just working hard to make their games together as a group. It's really cool. Yeah, it makes me want to post more clips of Isadora's Edge in the Discord, but I know I gotta hold back. Otherwise, I'm spoiling my videos. Insandio's like getting so many clips from me that I just constantly send her while I'm developing stuff. I've been working on like a map tool thing, and so she has so many clips, and she's like, "Cool, yep, it's the map tool again." I'm like, "No, but you don't understand. I changed the way the camera works a little bit," and she's like, "It looks good." You do have an insane ratio of shorts viewers actually engaging overall with the rest of your channel. Not super common for shorts. Spill the secret. I have no idea. I really like didn't think too much about like how YouTube works or about like the algorithm or anything. I just like posted stuff. And like I said in my video about like my how to make devlog tutorial video. Oh, I should go rename that. I remember I wanted to rename it at some point and then sort of forgot about it. Yeah. But on that video, I talk about like one of the things you need to make a good video is like a sense of what a good video is. And so I had this idea of like what a good short teaching about game dev would look like. So I tried to make that, and then people resonated with it, but I didn't really think like, oh, the algorithm supports this. Or for my long form videos, I don't think like, oh, people resonate with these subjects. Whenever I see the tab on YouTube that's like, here are some topics that your viewers might be interested in, I'm like, usually if I read through that, I'm like, none of these ideas are appealing to me in any way, even if they might, even if they might get more clicks or whatever. But have you found that there's an ideal length for shorts you try to aim for? I think shorts perform better when they're a little bit shorter, as stupid as that sounds, it's like a lot of my scripts end up okay. Well, when I first draft my script, it ends up like 3 or 4 minutes long, and then I really have to aggressively cut stuff out. And I do a lot of like qualifying when I talk, so I have a habit of saying you can do this and this will happen, but also this will happen and maybe this. And there's other situations where you might not want to do that. So I have all kinds of qualifying statements that I need to cut out because it's fluff. And then I also talk with a lot of like adverbs. Like I put a lot of, I very easily and succinctly quickly did a thing. And I cut a lot of adverbs out too. So, cutting all of that to get a nice script, it usually falls about a minute 30 to a minute 40. And generally, if I can cut a script all the way down to like a minute to a minute 10, it performs a little bit better. So I think the ideal is to cut it down as much as possible, but I get to a point where like there's no I get to a point where there's no more information I'm willing to get rid of. So even though it's like if I could find another 20 seconds to cut from this short, it might perform a little bit better. But all of this stuff I think is too important to get rid of. So that's usually my process. But yeah, in my experience, if you can get something between 60 seconds and a minute 10, that's like the real hotspot. If it's not a secret, since Isadora's Edge isn't released, what's your current funding? If it's too personal, disregard, please. I'm just funding out of pocket, homie. and it's tight. I saved up while I was like working my day job at Amazon and 343 and stuff. I just saved. I am extremely frugal. I am a very non-spender type of person. So I really don't spend very much money on anything at all. Even like buying my camera that I used for YouTube and stuff was like a very, very difficult for me to justify. I needed a computer, like a new desktop to start streaming because my old desktop I was using was really, really weak. And I like agonized over spending the money to upgrade my PC for a long, long time. So I basically just saved up money. And then I was like, all right, time to flush all these savings down the toilet on hiring artists and paying editors to help me with my YouTube channel and stuff. But luckily it worked out. So, but yeah, since right now my funding is just coming out of pocket. And once I run out of savings, I will hopefully have run the Kickstarter at that point. So luckily Insandio can edit. Yeah. Insandio taking over as my long form editor has been hugely helpful. Because we don't have to pay exorbitant editing fees. I guess, does exorbitant mean like not justified or just high? I use that as a word. Oh, unreasonably high. I shouldn't use it then. The editing fees are reasonably priced because editing videos is a lot of hard work, but they are just expensive. Expensive is the word I mean to use there. Your only funding is your game jam winnings. Yeah, I'll go a long way. Me on my way to pay shovel just to get the shorts out. Dude, that's the other O&Co. O&Co Games, have your shorts impacted your long form videos performance? O&Co, I don't recognize your name. Are you Oh, you're making Tethergeist. I see. Tethergeist full reveal trailer. How have I never been recommended any of your videos, man? I'm subscribing. Especially your thumbnails are pretty good. I'm so tired. Dude, oh, and then don't make a 2D platformer in quotes. These are how have I not been recommended your channel? Okay, I'm gonna watch your stuff later. Tetherbound, my beloved. You do YouTube too. You're a little channel. Yeah, I mean, I get recommendations from all kinds of like smaller channel devlogs and stuff too. So I'm just surprised I haven't seen it. Your funding for your game is hype moments and aura, also known as $0. Yeah. Yeah. So that's mostly what's going on. It's just funding out of pocket, and then hopefully I'll have the demo ready and the Kickstarter running before I am completely desolate. Desolate's not poor, right? Desolate. I need to get better at English, huh? A desolate wallet, I suppose. Decrepit? No, that's also not the word. There's a D word that means out of money, right? Tether guy, seen it plenty in your feed. You had to put ads and I got to take a poo to fund the capsule art. I assume you're talking about some sort of like in-universe ads, if I had to guess. Destitute de poor. two types of response. Destitute and de poor. Monarch's advertising is Lust art. Yeah, dude, Lust art style is so good for Steam. I can't wait to see what they put together. You're just joking, Shovel? I see. No real ads. Yeah, that's what I figured. De broke. Why don't you use Patreon support instead of Kickstarter at the moment? Don't recommend, just wondering. I do have a Patreon, actually. So, I mean, right now, the Patreon supporters are hugely helpful. So, yeah, if you want to see the behind-the-scenes development of Isadora's Edge, there's there's a Patreon. It's just patreon.com/inboundshovel. So, yeah. X-Gamer, setting me up for the plug. We appreciate you. You can't start a Kickstarter in your place. Oof, that's rough. That's rough. Yeah, being able to, didn't know, I swear. I mean, it's fine. Even if you knew, you teed it up, so I can't be mad about that, right? Hopefully the $3 I throw you every month helps a little. It helps tremendously, Kat. It's like I think it can be easy to Lyra with the link. Let's go. It can be easy to underestimate the impact of something like that, but it's actually huge. It's like even a little bit goes a long way, especially when it's like every source. It's like the YouTube Shorts revenue is like really low. Like when a short gets like, I can actually probably give you a pretty direct number. Let me open something up right here. I'm not sharing my screen, right? Okay. I'll give you, I'll still make it an approximation, so I'm not revealing anything too direct, but let me just sort my shorts by view count and go to one with 2 million views. 2 million views has made about $200, which is pretty good, but getting a 2 million view short is rare, right? That happens 1 in every 10 or something. So $3 a year is like a salary in Cuba. Really? Is the Cuba economy that rough over there? And you get cool art in turn. True. If you made $3 a month, your game would be finished. Yeah. So it's like the YouTube Shorts revenue comes in and can be anywhere from a couple $100 a month, usually. Let me finish my thought. I'm so ADHD pilled. So like having, the YouTube Shorts revenue, the long form revenue, getting a sponsor whenever I have a video, and then the money from Patreon, all of it adds together to make a cushion that can help me keep developing. Because I mean, I want to make sure I pay my artists, a good amount. I wanted to make it feel worth their time. And we've been working on Isadora's Edge for like more than 3 years now. So, but yeah, just every bit helps, push a little bit further over the edge. So, it's funny how Showcase Saturday has turned into Ask Me Anything Saturday. It's nice to start the stream with some conversation, talk about stuff, answer questions and stuff. It's nice. It's a good time for the community to hang out. But yeah, okay. Does talking about your game publicly with devlogs and your shorts make it more stressful and create more pressure, or do you find it more motivating? It's a little column A, little column B. It's a bit of both. Sometimes it's like thinking I need to make really good stuff so that when I show it in my devlogs, people are impressed with it. Especially because I want to help people learn how to make games. Right? It's like I want people to learn from my shorts and be able to take my advice and like use it to make really cool stuff. And I feel like there's always the fear of like, if I make something that they think isn't good, right? If I show off my latest changes and people are like, oh, those changes are stupid and suck and are bad, then suddenly my advice on game development feels a little bit less trustable. And so I do have that in mind, where it's like, I want to make sure I keep making good stuff so that people can, trust my advice and people don't get discouraged and be like, oh, okay, everyone's a fraud and I can't trust anyone. I should give up on game development. That's I really want to avoid that. But that's definitely the smaller side of it. I think more so I'm very motivated. I think maybe that's like 15-20% of it. I think the overwhelming 80% of it is like, there are so many people that like pay attention to my updates and talk about being excited for it and make Isadora's Edge references and stuff and Vari memes that Isadora's coming out next Thursday. And it's like those kind of things are very like motivating because there are people that are excited for the game. And so I want to reward their excitement. I want to make the best game possible I can for them. And I know that like saying I want to make the best game I possibly can for the people who are excited for it sounds like it could be a high pressure, but I think of it more of like, it feels more like a really cool opportunity to me. It feels more like like there are people who are excited to play my game. Awesome. I can't wait to like put a cool game in their hands. So Inner Demons Team says, everyone's a fraud. I can't trust anyone. I should give up game development. I think that's pretty much the moral I've been going for. If you could take one thing away from this stream, I think that'd probably be it. Vertex shader news go crazy. True. RKI, my opinion may not be as grand as Mr. Shovels, but for me, making videos is very time consuming, and sometimes I question I should be spending that time actually making the game. Yeah, that's definitely a big part of it, is trying to balance like how much time I should spend on devlogs and how much time I should spend on development. Um, but luckily I've been able to balance it pretty well. Happy to wait for Isadora's Edge. Just don't do a Team Cherry. Oh, like don't release in like 7 years. Okay, I'll make sure I take like at least like 9 or 10. That way, you know, that way I'm not pulling a Team Cherry. Who's my target audience? Who's my actual audience? How did I change or adapt my package because of the recommended targeting? I think it would be funny since I believe shorts are random. Yeah, I think like in general, like if you're talking about target audience for my shorts, I was just targeting people who are interested in game development and want to get started with it, but like haven't really looked into it at all yet, or people who are afraid to start game development. Like new devs basically was my target audience for my shorts. For my game, my target audience was originally basically nobody. I was like, I'm gonna make a 2D pixel art platformer, so the market I'm aiming for is like 3 people who are like, I love this. But now my target audience is definitely like fans of, like, I think my target audience overlaps quite heavily with like the Silksong target audience, I think so. Monarch says, no, I'm not joking. About what? If you did do a devlog, wink wink, you're gonna have like a top 5 monkey Spanish voice do the voiceover. I can't read. I don't even know. I don't even know what that sentence is supposed to mean. And not only that, but I can't read it. Lyra, I think you just need to have really good shorts so people watch the whole way through and engage with it. Yeah, I mean that's that's definitely one way to do it for sure. Is like I think honestly, it's probably the best way to think about it. Like the best way to, you know, handle it in your mind when you're working on stuff like this, especially YouTube stuff, is like just making stuff that you're happy with, stuff that you like. This advice might not be applicable for people that are like more established. Like I think, you know, my advice isn't going to help Juniper dev at all because she already knows what she's doing. She's pretty much got this shit on lock. So the stuff I say to her is pretty irrelevant. But for people who are trying to get started with making videos, they don't really have a sense of like their own style. They don't have a voice. They don't necessarily know exactly what they want to say. And so finding that is pretty important, right? And then once you find your voice, then you just make stuff that you want to make in your voice, you know? And for me, I'm a very like technical, explainy yapper kind of guy. So, so that's what I do. I yap. It's crazy how talking live sounds as professional as one of your videos. You re-record voice lines like 30 times because you don't like how it sounds, while you sound like a YouTuber by default. I mean, I really appreciate you saying that. Some of the people who've been around the stream since when I first started for the Game Jam can attest that I was not this clean. And even now, there's tons of stuff I want to improve on. And dude, it's so funny. INSANDIO had to deal with me post-stream. Like back when I first started streaming at the beginning of the Shovel Jam and I hadn't done it before, I would turn off the stream and go upstairs to INSANDIO and be like, I did such a bad job on that stream. I wasn't very eloquent, man. I wasn't expressing my ideas articulately. And she's like, yeah, that's tough. And I was like, yeah, I had ideas that I wanted to express, but I just got caught up in the moment and didn't express them to their fullest extent. So I think people might not have really understood what I was going for. And I just want to make sure I improve on that. And she was like, yeah, just, you know, keep that in mind next time and you'll improve. So, but yeah, I also think like, Kat, I really enjoyed your streams a lot. They were still really good. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I was mostly in my head about it. I think it wasn't as bad as I thought it was, but I have a very perfectionist mindset and a very like, a very perfectionist, but self-improvement mindset. I'm not a perfectionist as like I don't want to, like, it's not perfect, so I'm not going to do it. I give up. I'm out of here. But more so, I want it to be as good as I can possibly get it. So how can I improve? And then talked a lot about how to improve. And helpfully, INSANDIO streamed for a long time as both a VTuber and as a face streamer before I started streaming. So I made a lot of mistakes when I was streaming early on, that when I talked to her about them, she was like, oh, one thing that helped me is to think about, you know, this, and this and stuff like that. So RKI, I always appreciate your positivity in your streams. It's refreshing to see compared to other Game Jam streamers. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, with it also really, I think, wasn't much of a choice. I just that's just kind of how I am. I like to try to focus on the positives and try to be I think positive reinforcement is way more helpful for me personally than negative reinforcement. And so I just lean into positive reinforcement. And so I think maybe there are some people that positive reinforcement doesn't help and they need negative reinforcement. And then I might not be very motivating for those people, but that's just sort of how I do it. So, Lyra, RKI 100% and Shovel never gatekept. Yeah, I really dislike gatekeeping. That's like, it's brutal. Shovel was a tabletop RPG GM for a long time, which counts a lot for public speaking experience. True. I was a dungeon master for a long time, like even before I started game development. And so, yeah, you get good at being able to talk off the cuff and improvising like what you're saying. And also, I never was afraid. Like, I got over my fear of like doing the voices for tabletop RPG. You know, so when you walk in and there's a blacksmith, he's like, "Hey, I got some swords for sale," or fucking whatever, you know? So, and you know, when you're more comfortable being able to just like commit to the bit, that can make it easier to stream too. So, I missed a lot of messages. Hold on. I see Bubba joined in. What's up, Bubba? Did he say he needs to sleep? You need for sleep. That doesn't make too much sense to me. So I think maybe he needs to sleep. Monarch, I can't believe my first jam experience was the Shovel Jam. Everything else has been subpar, literally. So, thank you. Appreciate that. Lizard, currently working on a first-person Metroidvania with survival elements, so you're not sure about your target audience. Do you have any advice on how to display such a specific niche on YouTube? I think a first-person Metroidvania with survival elements, it's sort of reminding me of Metroid Prime, right? Right? But I think that it sounds cool enough that you can just show it off. One thing that I think is good is remembering that one thing that I did wrong for a long time with my devlogs was I didn't consider that people would be new to the videos. You know, it's like any video could be someone's first time finding out about my channel and my game. And so I was writing scripts that relied on having a ton of prior knowledge about Isadora's Edge and what I was doing, which didn't make sense when my average devlog got like 200 views. You know, it's like the next devlog, if I want a lot of people to find it, they're not going to already know about the game. So why am I writing the script as if they do know about it? And then also a lot of my earlier stuff wasn't scripted in general, which I also struggle with. But Shovel, do not respond to Matt. Matt says, "Yo, Shovel, what's your honest reaction when you check Morningstar for new updates? You see 1,000 memes." It's the horse sticker emoji. Bubba, we'll need to rewatch the stream right after it ends for the yab. Nice. Nice. I like not explaining half the stuff I mentioned about the game. It's very fun. True. Yes, Haunts. Kat said, "What's up with this Haunt sticker?" and got some very unhelpful responses. Oh. A full playthrough of Biscuit Dungeon. What is Biscuit Dungeon like finished? I know you did it for a game jam, Bubba, right? But is that project dead in the water, or are you doing anything with it? We got stun locked in the Haunts. Yeah, it took someone breaking out of Haunts to keep it going. Scramble Spirits due to being an arcade game, right? Because it's a shoot 'em up. Nice. Which game am I excited to play the most for this stream? There's a couple good ones. I can't play Moxie-Eptamine from Bubba yet, which is unfortunate. Because it's a downloadable and I need to fix my situation. We got a game from Lizard. We got a game from Lusk. We have a game from IDT, so that's cool. Dingy has Lumina Noctis, which is 3D, which is nice. We were Insandio has been doing a stupid amount of work to try to turn Showcase Saturdays into long form videos for the channel, which is tough because every Showcase Saturday stream is several hours and a lot of it is yapping. So because of that, it's like a lot of stuff to sift through and put together into like a compact package for a video, but she has like 15 hours of Showcase Saturday loaded up into Premiere that she's just like scrubbing through and cutting stuff out of, and 16 hours of footage. Yeah. Yep. Cause I think she took 4 streams and each one's about 4 hours. So like 16 hours of footage, right? And trying to cut it all up and make it into a coherent video to see if that can work. And so she's been doing that, which is a truly ridiculous amount of work. But while she was doing that, she was like, we don't have very many 3D games for this video. So, if you have any 3D games to play, that could be good to break up, the experience of watching it. A lot of variety in the games you're playing in the video. So, I think Lumina Noctis is a 3D game. That's I finally got back to why I started that since. So that might work good for a video. So, what happened to the VM you were using during the jam? It just stopped working. I was trying to load it up and it wouldn't launch, so I canceled my membership. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna do Showcase Saturday again. Let me restart the membership, and it's like $40 a month. And I was like, I can't afford that. I don't got a job no more. I got laid off, bro. I can't afford $40 a month. Are you crazy? Um, so pretty sure Quentin can help with that, Shovel. Yeah, I downloaded VMware Workstation. I think is that what it is? VMware. Yeah, VMware Workstation, and I got it using like graphics acceleration, so I think it should work. But it was having some stuttery issues, so maybe I'll ping Quentin about the stuttering. See, but Moxie is not malware. I promise. Bubba, I'm a very cautious person. What if someone infected Moxie, huh? Vertex Shader Direct 2026. I can help you. Yeah, okay, nice. I might ping you about that at some point when I have time to work on it. To work on getting it ready. You have a 3D game. Unfortunately, it's a downloadable. Vegetable Dev. Is it in Showcase Saturday? I can add it to the list and make a note that it's downloadable so I don't miss it next time. Oh, Super Reactor. Oh, Super Reactor has a demo on Steam. Dang, it looks clean. Looks clean. Oh, Tethergeist. That also is on Steam. Also has a demo on Steam. Yo, it looks. Hold up. Why this game looks so fire? Dude, I love that. I love that meme. Dude, what is. Holy smokes, this game looks good. Yo. Sent you a key for Super Reactor as well. Oh, awesome. Yeah, let me switch. Did that switch? Okay, cool. Look at this. Doesn't this look sick? Holy. Dang. Dude, the pixel art is so clean. Holy smokes, this looks good. Dang, this is cool. I love when pixel, dude. Same pixel art. This pixel art so good. You've seen this and it looks sick. Yeah, dude. I'm like mad. YouTube didn't recommend these videos to me. Clean. Oh, look at the movement. I get the feeling you're not supposed to be out here. I'm not. I was supposed to start the binding today. Oh, big frog! I love frogs. I'm sorry, May. You have unique needs, and we just want you to be safe. Oh, dude, the statues are sick. Jellyfish. Guy who's only ever played Celeste as a platformer. I'm getting real Celeste vibes from this game. Oh my gosh, I love her sprite. Holy smokes. Can we go back? Can we go back and appreciate this sprite? Look at that. Oh my goodness. What a cute sprite. Look at the hat. It's got a little like, I think it's a flower, but it looked like a star to me. She got like the monocle. That is a sick sprite. Oh, I love that. Oh, a lot of like bouncing up and down. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think they are flowers. Dude, her sprite is so sick. Dang. The crystal texture. Oops. The crystal texture here. That's so sick. Red hair woman equals Celeste vibes. Nice. Back to talking head view while I download this demo. Other guys. Download. I think we have the first game we're doing for Showcase Saturday sorted out. You've seen this everywhere. It's so funny. It's so funny how things can just fly under your radar, which is crazy because I feel like I'm constantly looking at indie devlogs and stuff on Twitter, but somehow I just miss it. Planet ACOT. Watching games like this makes me remember that I'll never be on the same level. Hey, you're not on the same level yet. You could absolutely get to the same level. There's nothing stopping you, right? If you just keep working on it. It's like even, people who make stuff that look this sick, they started somewhere. And you also are starting somewhere. People call us Celeste a lot. I wanted to change the hair color, but the pixel artists insist. Yeah. I think that like the parallel to Celeste is it's not that strong. But it is funny that if your main marker for what a platformer is Celeste, then you're going to see this and think Celeste. It's the same way, like, I've already mentally accepted that people are going to see Isadora's Edge and be like, this game is really reminding me of Silksong. Like, yep. It's funny too, because like when I first started Isadora's Edge, I hadn't even played Hollow Knight, let alone Silksong. When I started Isadora's Edge, I was basing it off of Mega Man and Symphony of the Night. And it just so happens that Symphony of the Night was also a huge inspiration for the Hollow Knight devs. And then while we were working on it, Fur, the pixel artist, was like, yo, you should really play Hollow Knight. And so I played Hollow Knight. I was like, damn, that's some good advice from my pixel artist. So, Monarch, just gaslight yourself. I'm better than these people, and I'm totally not crying right now. It's just, you don't have to gaslight yourself. You can accept that, like, yeah, these devs are better than me right now, but there's nothing stopping me from continuing until I get to the point. It's like, are Team Cherry better developers than me? Yeah, absolutely. It's not even particularly close. But if I just keep working, maybe I can get to their level, So, what a Pixel the Wise opinion. True. Okay, I'm sorry, chat, but you'll be bereft of my wisdom for like 30 minutes while I do a Night Rain run. I don't think I can continue on without IDT here. No shovel, I am better. This is shrimply true. I think I missed a lot of messages while I was. Real ones know that beautiful games you see is just another step on the same path you are on. Yeah, exactly. It's like, eventually you'll either get there or you won't. That's the beauty of a journey, is you don't know where it'll end up. Just got to enjoy the process of making the game that you're making, and you never know what you might be capable of, right? It's like when you just like put your mind to it and try to explore your passions, you'll improve over time, and then you won't even realize. A lot of times you improve without really realizing it, and then you look back on your early stuff. Like, I've been really thinking about how to get better at making YouTube videos, right? Like, that's one thing that I really was trying my best to get better at. And then when I go look at my old videos, I'm like, what is this garbage? What was I thinking? The pacing's all wrong. What I'm talking about doesn't make sense. The visuals don't match up what I was going for. It's like, why did I think at the time that this was like acceptably good? But like by making that stuff that I now think is pretty weak in comparison is how I learned how to make stuff that I am happy with. So I think that's sort of how it goes, So, man, I miss IDT already. That's what I'm saying. IDT was like whispering everything into my ear the whole time I've been streaming, like telling me what to say and how to say it to make sure I come off well. And so now I'm pretty much flying by the seat of my pants, and who knows what's going to happen. Growth is hard to see in the moment, but taking a large chunk of time and comparing the start to where you are can be astonishing. Yeah, exactly. It's like, that one video of the guy who's like, I took a picture of myself every day for like 5 years or whatever. And at the beginning, he's like very young, and then at the end, he's like a young adult, and you can see like the difference between him as a child and him as an adult or whatever. It's like, but if you take any two pictures next to each other, he don't look any different. It's like you go from one picture to the next picture, he looks exactly the same. But when you look at all the pictures in a row, there's like a massive change, and it's sort of like how it is for you as a developer. When you look at the stuff you did yesterday and the stuff you did today, you don't see any change. But when you look at other people's work, you only see the first picture as a child and the last picture as an adult. So just try to, focus on the journey you're on or whatever. Just my games are for people that haven't been born. Yeah. Dude, that's right there. Your target market should be like exclusively people who've never played video games before, so that they just play your game and they're like, wow, this is the greatest game ever. They have no idea. They have no idea that what you're up against. I just like to look at dumb coding questions to get your motivation. Something asking for JSON compiler really boosted it. What do you think of the idle games that sit on the bottom or side of your screen? You're working on one with a cute little robot that keeps mining, going back and forward as you get to upgrade it. I think that conceptually they're extremely cute. I love the idea of it, and I could easily imagine like having something like that running on the side. Dude, I would love like one that's like a productivity focused one where they're like making progress, and then I can click, like I can give myself a little goal, and he's working on mining while I'm working on my goal. And then when I finish what I want to do, I check it off, and then he also gets like a boost to his mining because of it or whatever, something like that. You attended a talk by RV Takari, and he showed a picture of him before and after years of game dev. No more hair. Dude, yeah. Losing my hair. One day I'm going to be bald as hell. It's unfortunate. But I mean, my hairline been crazy since I was like 20 years old. So what are you gonna do? Hank Green made a game like that for the phone. Yeah, I do use what's it called? I know he knits. What is it? Bean? It's a bean, right? Yeah. The point of it is not to touch your phone while your little guy is knitting or whatever. Yeah, that does help me when I turn him on and turn him into knitting mode. Um, there's a farming one that just came out with super cute. It's called Tiny Tethers. Let me look up Tiny Tethers. Maybe I spelled it wrong. Maybe it's not on Steam. Maybe it's on Tiny Terraces. Tiny Terraces. Ah, it just sits on the side of the screen and does farming. Oh my gosh, that's cute. Were they doing like game localization as their task? That's funny. Let me share. Looks like they're doing some localization on this side while they farm on this side. Tiny Terraces. It's cute. Overwhelmingly positive reviews too. Nice animation for picking up. This game is very RKI coded to me. This feels like something RKI would make. Nice. It's cute. Reminds me of a sock pocket game that is quite similar. Oh, I see. Yevra Jakapur. Hello, welcome. You're wondering if it's worth sending an old trailer you made for the second ever game. You had to relearn how to edit and it was straight cheeks. Oh, it could be interesting to watch. I feel like the running animation feels RKI style. True. Yeah, I feel like you can learn a lot from, like, even, did y'all see, I think I talked about it last stream too. Did you see Jonas Tyroller's like Steam guesser thing? I feel like just doing that can really help you learn how to make your page appealing. Because when you see it, you can make lots of judgments about it, and then you can see actually how well it did. You'd really love to help with game translation to your language. You would really love to help with the game could be multilingual. Yeah, I'm really excited to do localization stuff for Isadora's Edge. It'll be fun. Dihydrotestosterone causes hair loss, not testosterone. I can read. That's one thing. Hey, Clack, what's up? It's always nice to go rip up old code to fix what you didn't know. Yeah. Probably not worth putting in Showcase Saturday for him, but it's on our YouTube channel. Oh, I'll have to check it out. Yeah, I wondered if like doing like a trailer review video or something at some point could be useful. I've been thinking a lot about what kind of videos to make in addition to devlogs. So it's not just, not just one devlog every 3 months and nothing else. And we have, some experimental stuff in the works, but like experimental stuff like turning Showcase Saturday into long form videos, but we'll see. We'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, I think I downloaded the Tether Guys demo. I think we probably should just play that, huh? Tethergeist. You made a farming game. RKI made a fighting game, but you fight the crops in Pokemon battles, and you play Minesweeper on the fields, and the crops are evil snails. Yeah, that sounds like RKI, huh? Did the game crash? Or okay. Let me make sure my volume is sorted, and then we should be good. Okay, that's not... Oh, I've been wearing my headphones the whole time, but they are not connected. Hold on, I think they got stolen by my phone's Bluetooth. That's so funny. Just been wearing my headphones. My poor ears. Switch to headphones. All right. It's called Snail Sweeper. Please don't play it. All right, now I can hear the game. Presumably y'all can hear the game too. The Tethergeist demo. Oh, I'm covering up the cute little floating axolotl friend. Version 0.1.13. This demo represents an early look at a game still in development. Assets, design, flow are all subject to change. Nice. How's the volume on the music, by the way? Sounds good. You do that for work meetings all the time. We can hear, but it's a little quiet. Okay, let me turn it up a little bit. All right. We're in. A Hercules bee. Hercules bee tool. I can't believe they made you wait a whole year to do your binding. It's not that dangerous for you, is it? Wait. May? Am I the little floating guy right now talking? Oh, well, my mom says that our ancestors did the binding on foot. If they could travel all the way to the Fount of Souls without Spirit Flight, I should be able to do it with my tether. Yeah, but doesn't your tether, you know, hurt? Not all the time. It's really not as big a deal as everyone makes it out to be. I'll be fine. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Well, we should head back home. We got a big day ahead of us. Give her the most annoying voice possible. Hopefully that character never shows up again. Oh my gosh. Oh, this scene is so cute. Want us to wait up for you, May? No, that's okay. I can make it back on my own. Okay, then. See you down. Oh, they're ghosts. Are you sure you're good? I don't know how to do a ghost voice. I was going to start doing this, but it doesn't really work. Yes, I'm sure. Now get out of here. The ghost voice is supposed to be spooky, right? I wish people would stop talking to me like that. When this is over, everyone will stop treating me like a little kid. You ready, Bao? Aw, Bao's a cute name. My little spirit axolotl. Not now. Let's hurry home before it gets worse. Oh. Stomachache. Oh, I found a secret. Oh. Aha. I've discovered jumping. Is that a checkpoint? Oh, that sound is so satisfying. You hear that? You hear that sound designer there? Oh, clean. Oh. Hold. Oh. Ah, cool. Oh, do I have to be... Am I... Oh, I have to collect the flower. Aha. Gaming. Whee. Nice. Oh, look at the little bird. Oh, so cute. Dang, the art in this game is incredible. Holy smokes. Nice. A lot of leniency on that hitbox. Appreciate that. Can I go through the wall? Nope. We gotta waste both of these. Get them back. Yeah. Look so alive. The click from Library of Ruina. This is cool to see how tutorials are done in games like this, how they introduce you to new stuff. Yeah, the tutorialization was really clean. Ow! They're teaching me something. Hold on. What was the hitbox there? Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. I like how the rocks like glow on their veins when I activate this. That's a nice effect. How do I get through here? Ah, I have to wiggle around. I see. Ow! Nice. Boom. Oops. Let me in. And we're through. Amy. Nice. Can I go through crystals? I can. So how do the crystals differ? Okay, I can wall jump off of the crystals, but I can't touch the spikies. So that's good to know. What if you ran out of jumps, like if you ran out of these? Well, you get them back from the flower, so you just need to find another flower. Luckily, I can fall. Oh, that's right there. I think I just noticed it. Let me show it to you. Something that I think I don't see in a lot of beginner projects is right here. There's a terminal velocity where I can't just continue building up momentum as I fall. You see that nice like slow descent? It's even like it's quite slow. Like the terminal velocity is pretty low. It gives me plenty of time to like assess my situation as I fall down here, rather than just like eventually going 1,000,000 miles per hour. Oh my gosh, look at the little turnaround animation. That's so cute. Oh no. Ugh. Okay, so I come through here to get multiple flowers. Nice. It's like a puzzle game. She's lore walking. Ow! Nice. Isn't this gravity limit? Yeah, I mean, you could refer to grab. Oh, does the crystal give me a little boost as well? That's nice. Oh, look, Bao, a tropa blossom. Mom's always telling me how useful those are. I wonder if I can reach it. I certainly can. Nice. Oh, are those like Celeste strawberries? They're even red. Boop, 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 boop. Nice. My little buddy's like, dude, you should totally jump off the wall there. Wouldn't that be sick? Nice gaming. Wish the teleport sound had more variety, getting secondhand fatigue. Oh. I mean, good point. Uh-oh. Oh, I can wall jump to get myself. I was like, did I did I soft lock? No, okay. Right. You could just on the teleport sound, it's very satisfying, but it is repetitive, so you could add like a little pitch variation or a little volume variation as well, just like a percent up and down, as well as maybe having one more like version of it, and then it wouldn't have any sort of like fatigue. All right. Let's go. Okay. Ah. Okay, I can walk through those, but my spirits cannot. Nice. Weehaw. Nice, very smooth, very smooth. Moving platforms? Oh, it moves while I'm ghosted. Oh, that's sick. Now what? Do I ghost just to... Ah, ha, ha, ha. That's a fun way to use that mechanic. That's cool. Okay, okay. Yeah, this is a great way to continue exploring this, like, teleportation ability. And we game. I have to start from back here. Oh, or I could do, like, a mid-air jump. Page will say it's fake. Gaming. Dude, this game feels like it would be very fun to speedrun. Ow! My toes! Don't you hate when you scratch your toes? Come to me, my flesh bone. Dude, I love the effect right here. You see how there's like the little hole. Oh, nice. You see the little holes in the background here? It's like there's the foreground assets in the background that are like the moss and the roots and stuff. And then there's the little holes in them that let you see the parallaxing in the back. I love that effect. Oh, and nice. I like this like foreground stairs to tell the story of the environment. It makes it feel a lot more alive. That's cool. It's just like that one Silksong moment. It's true. We're halfway home. I just need to get back and rest. Then I'll be ready for tomorrow. Oh, it hasn't been this painful for a while. We can't let the elders know about this. Or they're not going to let... Dude, it's so funny. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Not so funny anymore? Oh, I'm supposed to be pressing a button. Okay, this is bad. Let's hurry. Maybe I should stop doing the tether thing. Maybe it's not good for me. You know what I'm saying? I just have to jump down, or... I do have to jump down. Okay. Dude, I bet this game is so polished, like, that I'm assuming it's been in development for a while. So you must have, like, been so sad when you saw Hornet do the exact same thing in Silksong. Every time I saw a mechanic or idea in Silksong that I had in Isadora's Edge, I was like, God damn it, they beat me there too. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh, I never should have smoked that shit. Hey! It's the character sprite that I really like. Oh, damn. She's strong as hell. Or maybe I'm very light. Hmm? Perhaps I am not a dense person. The shroom's sitting real good. Oh, I love the little statue. Dude, the art in this game is so clean. Holy. Nice. Mom, what happened? How long was I asleep? May, dear, how are you feeling? You were found unconscious in the woods. I hate to think what might have happened if that stranger hadn't found you. I didn't sleep through the binding, did I? Not quite. It's happening right now. But May, I'm sorry. After what happened last night, the elders... No, not again. I'm sorry, May. You have unique needs, and we just want you to be safe. I know. I'm sorry. You can go through the temple and speak with the elders. They will explain themselves. So, you can tell they didn't watch my short about the conversation systems. They're doing the mid-word wraparound. You saw it on the word they there. Oops. Where in the middle of the word they, the word hopped to a new line. Very small detail that's not that important, but can be pretty easily fixed, depending on the game engine this is. Oh, you saw that short? Dude, I love that I can just platform around on the roofs here. This is so cool. Oh, let me up. Dude, this is clean. This area is sick. Holy smokes. I like the way you handled this ladder in pixel art. Dude, a slightly diagonal ladder in pixel art is like one of my worst nightmares possible. Dude, this area is clean. It's just so fun to run around in. Holy. And it feels so alive. Hey, what's up, bud? Pardon me. How do I get to the temple from here? My niece begins her binding today, and I have extremely large ears. Keep heading to the right, and you'll find it. Oh, thank you. Can I go in here? No? Okay. Probably there would have been some kind of prompt on the screen if I could, huh? The art is so good. Oh my goodness, yeah. Oh, and then the parallax on the foreground elements of the town. So clean, so clean. The tasteful displacement of the grass right there just to make the world feel a little more alive. Hey, that's the kind of thing outside. What's up, bud? Or... May, just the person I wanted to see. Really? Why? Well, I need some help, and since you were supposed to be on your binding right now, I know you have a clear schedule. Great. So, what do you say? Want to do me a favor? What is it? My delivery girl was supposed to be back hours ago. I know she's napping near some salt hives. She's always doing that. I would go find her myself, but the binding is a very busy time around here, and I've got enough on my plate. Sure, I'll keep an eye out. Woohoo! I got a quest. Oh, nice. Oh. Hey. We up on the house for real this time. Clean waterfall. Animating waterfalls can be tough. I did one in a game jam once. Hey. Oh, people around here really do just move around using their spirit, huh? Actually, oh, secret. I see it. Let me in. Oh, do I get it? Okay. I guess I get that if I complete the quest, huh? I'll come back for you, baby girl. Great touch to have people actually moving around the town using that ability. It makes it feel way more part of the world. Hey! Oh my gosh. Cute town. Yo, let me get in there. Aw. I want to learn how to do that. Alright, tag yourself challenge. Nice. Timing the explosion of the petals on beat.
Thank you all for attending the start of this year's binding. We shall reconvene in 2 days to welcome back our village's newest souls.
It's good to see you're up, May. How are you feeling?
Why can't I do the binding? I'm as ready as everyone else.
We understand your frustration, my dear.
With your condition, these are extraordinary circumstances. Your soul is still encumbered by a tether.
You've seen what I can do despite my tether. Please, let me go.
It is true, May. You have worked very hard and have made great progress. But the binding will be a uniquely treacherous journey for you. And after yesterday's incident...
We see now that you are still not ready.
We're truly sorry.
we will double our efforts to heal your body and spirit so that you can do the binding next year.
Please, for your safety, stay within the city walls until this year's ceremony is ended.
No. Absolutely not. You cannot confine me.
I will live free and be myself.
May I happy? Exactly, right? Tag yourself. Which one are you? I'm the blue banner on the left, right?
I'm the flowers. We're not waiting until next year, Bao. We're gonna go do mischief and crime. Mischief and crime. Whee.
Ah, gosh, the details in this town are so incredible.
Oh there, May. I heard about what happened. Tough break, kid. You're one of the toughest people I know. I'm sure they'll let you go next year.
Not if I still have a tether.
They'll come around. Everyone just wants you to be safe. Just because others make the journey by spirit flight doesn't mean it can't be done on foot. That lady that found you outside of town is also on her way to the Fount of Souls.
Really? Why?
Don't know. Nice lady, but seemed to be in a rush.
Well, if she's going, then so am I.
Whoa there. Personal feelings aside, the elders have asked us not to let you out of town for a few days.
Come on, Poe. Do this for me.
Sorry, May, I'm a man of my word. However, you know as well as I do that city gates are very loosely watched at night. I've taken plenty of midnight walks through the forest myself.
Right. Thanks, Poe. A midnight walk sounds nice. But I want to leave. Poe, a midnight walk sounds great and all, but I just want to leave these gates and go explore.
Which is really dense.
May, wait.
Oh, is that my mother's soul? May, wait.
Mom, I can't wait around for another year. I'm ready to go now. I know, dear. I'm not here to stop you.
But really? Great facial expression. Although I think I might have been blocking it, but...
I agree with the council's decision and don't want you to go. But I also don't want to hold you back. It's gonna be hard, but I know that's why you need to try. Thanks, Mom. I promise I'll be safe. I know you will try, but just in case, keep an eye out for the red Atropa Blossom. The right amount can soothe ailing spirits. They can be difficult to reach, but collecting them will be worth the effort. Okay, thanks, Mom. I love you. I love you too.
Aw. Mom gave me a hug. Is that like a alligator squirrel? That's so cute. It's an alligator squirrel. We in the Avatar: The Last Airbender version. Video game protagonist with supportive parent, right? Isn't she supposed to be dead by now? How else am I going to find the motivation to continue? Oh, this is a little tricky. First you wall jump. Boom. Grab this. Make your way up to this one. Grab this one. And, oh, we're gaming. Oh, I see. I see an Atropa Blossom. How do I get it? Atropa Blossom. Does everyone like something down here? There is something down there. It spikes. Yeah, I'm kind of an expert. Do I need... Oh, where'd I get another one from? Am I dumb? How did I get a second blossom? Oh, when I use it, it comes back? Oh, so by using it here, I picked up another one. I see. Okay, okay. A little bit tricky, a little bit tricky. Kind of figured that one out by accident. Wall jumps. Whee! Oh. Secret. Wee-haw. Can I go through there? Doesn't seem like. Unless it's like a... Nope. Feels like there could potentially be a way to get up there, but I'm not seeing it. Ah, another alligator squirrel. Ow! So it's also like the Celeste strawberries in that you have to collect it and land. Oops. Aw. Ah, mother trucker. Ow. All right. You all saw nothing. I made that first try. What do you mean it's obviously the opposite of... These are literally strawberries from Celeste? Bro, they're actually flowers. Why is there a moving platform here? Makes me think. Oh, am I supposed to get here with... with some flowers, huh? Can I think I have to use this, right? It leaves me one flower. And I guess I can go down here and see what's up. Ha! Let me out. Nice, nice, nice. We're gaming. Shovel John, 0 deaths, 0 deaths. John Shovel, inbound. Okay. Weehaw. Ow! Not quite weehaw. Guess the way to do this is here. Ah, I see you. Pit in the ground. Ow. Oh, but that was the way to do it, huh? Nice. Right here. Then we wall jump. Nice. Across. Boom. Hell yeah, gamers. Wow, your level design is so good. All of the secrets are so satisfying to solve. Oh, was this the way I was supposed to go? Dang it. I thought this was the secret path. Ow! Didn't play Celeste yet. What are those red flower strawberries collected for? I don't know if there's any purpose to them, but my mom told me to get them, so, you know. Sometimes you just gotta listen. You haven't played many platformers besides 2D Mario? Ah! Oh, I don't have any left. Oh, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter when you're built different. Okay. I mean, I guess I could try if I'm already up here. But I think, yeah, I think I needed to get through that with a single flower. Yeah, mom knows best. Grab those flowers. Yeah, I need to come through like this. Ah, let me in! Let me in! Oh, saved. Come back in. Okay. Nice. Got it. And then I need to, like... Oh, why did I fall so quickly? Did y'all see that? My fall speed, like, massively increased. Oops, I forgot what I'm supposed to do here. Mom says to pay my taxes. Well, okay, moms don't know everything. He said as a joke, Mr. IRS. Oh, I already got it. Did you see that? My fall speed when I came over here, like, went, like, sky high. Try to do like this. Oh, I'm all the way back here? Oh, man, I never would have risked clipping my toes. Come on, let me through. Ow. Nice. It's really, really cool, but I find this kind of system generally less interesting than puzzles based on the character's intrinsic abilities. Oh, you mean like picking stuff up along the way? I don't need to be coming up here. I'm just making things more difficult. I mean, I see what you're saying, but I think that this game has done a phenomenal job at, like, making picking up the flowers feel like my intrinsic toolkit. No. Ah, I should have went from a little bit higher up. I almost touched that. That would have been brutality. I need to go up a little bit higher. It'd basically be the same if the player had a stamina system. Oh. Well, one thing you need to do is make sure you pick up the flower. Oh. Oh. Y'all didn't see anything. Wait. Oops. 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 I'm donezo. This ability is super powerful, so allowing infinite tethers would be OP as hell. Ow! Oh, I can just land. I'm so dumb. I can just land here. And I can just land here too. Okay, the way those spikes come up just when I'm channeling is like a little bit hard. Was a little bit hard for me to grasp there. I wonder if this needs to, like, so far the game has been incredibly good. It's like usually I do feedback after I finish playing, so far the feedback is mostly holy shit, what a good game. But this is the first thing where I'm like, maybe this needs to be tutorialized a little bit more. I should stop just jumping when I talk. Maybe this part should be a little bit more tutorialized so that it's clear how it works. Maybe some puzzles specifically around having to land on these after a channel so that you ingrain it in your player's memory, because this was the first piece that felt a little bit unintuitive, and the rest of the game design has been so intuitive that it just stood out a little bit. Let me in. Let me in. Nice. Hey! It's my strong friend.
Well, how about that? You're the last person I expected to see out here tonight.
Do I know you?
No, but we've met. I'm Foil. I found you face down in the dirt yesterday.
Okay, naming the main secondary character of the game Foil is definitely it's definitely on the nose, I'll say.
Oh, you're the one that brought me back to the village. Thank you. What else was I gonna do? Leave you there? Please take a seat. I get the feeling you're not supposed to be out here.
I'm not. I was supposed to start the binding today, but because of what happened, they wouldn't let me go.
I'm familiar with the binding. I'm sorry you couldn't go. Is that why you ran away?
I didn't run away. I started the binding. I'll return home when I'm done, just like everyone else.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was under the impression that the journey was made through spirit flight.
It is, but my spirit has a tether. It's not normal. So I can't travel to the fount like the others.
Oh, well then, I'm impressed.
Really? Of course, it's very devout of you. My journey to the Fount of Soul is not half as noble as yours.
Why are you going there?
I'm a historian. The Fount of Souls is the source of some very fascinating accounts. It's said to be the dwelling place of the mountain god, and that the surrounding shaman tribes travel there to commune with it and are granted all manner of blessings, including miraculous healings. I intend to see it for myself. Oh, well, the binding is a ceremony that's all about healing, but I think it's more metaphorical than literal. Oh, well, that may be, which is why I intend to see for myself.
So this has happened a couple times, and it's also not a big deal at all, and in fact, almost doesn't even need to be mentioned as something to be fixed. But this is a thing called an orphan, where you have a single word of a conversation speech that shows up on the second line all by itself. So the word myself here has been orphaned. And generally, it's better to not orphan the words. So here you could kick for myself to the next line. So it'd be, which is why I intend to see for myself on the next line. It's a small thing that mostly only I noticed because I played a lot of Hearthstone and they had very specific orphaning rules. It just makes the lines feel a little bit less, it makes the words feel a little bit less, they flow a little bit less well. It feels like just a little bit less professional, but I think it's really not a big deal. It's just something I noticed that it's happened a couple times. Oh, in code games, yeah, the typographer in me cringes at that all the time. I see. Yeah, and it's like, it's one of those things that can be hard to fix because you have to make note of all of it and go specifically fix the dialogue for it. So gameplay so solid, my man's got to critique the text box system. Yeah, that's the point, you know? It's like the gameplay is so solid and the art is so clean that I'm like, have you considered that maybe there should be an extra word on the second line here? So, the localization will be a nightmare. Yeah. But at least from my perspective, I'm like, I can handle the typography in English and then hope for the best with localization. If I can't read it, I can't hope to possibly handle the typography correctly, but you know.
But first, I need to get there, and that's proving to be harder than I thought. I'm gonna get some rest before continuing my journey.
How have you done all the... Do you also have a soul tether thing, or you just built different?
I'm glad to have properly met you, May. I'm sure our paths will cross again.
Dang, she's kind of tall, too. I just Oh, that's funny. Excellent point, though. Foil's got Theo energy. True, true. Kind of like a Madalini and Foil energy. It is like an alligator squirrel. Dude, I love the alligator squirrel. And oh, look at those trees. Oh my gosh, and those are like flying octopus squid type deal. Yeah, she just crashed. Oh, nice. Oh, I can hold the mouse higher. Look at that animation, so clean. And pixel perfect, too. Love to see it. Hey, a target dash. Feels pretty good. Clean. Ah, and these are spikes, presumably. So that if I hold here, Yep. Great tutorialization here to force me to know that I need to tap it. Oh, is this like a big one? Oh, this is like a repulsor shroom. Or a repulsor jellyfish. Clean. Oh. Kind of sent myself flying there. Oh, right, I need a hold jump. Whee. Let's go. The secret here. Nice. Well hidden secret too. Like, well hidden in that it feels satisfying to notice it, even though it's pretty noticeable. Oh, there's a secret up there. End me. Yeah, you thought I wouldn't see that. Oh, oops. Okay, I have to use all 3 of the jellyfish charges. Motherfucker. All I had to do was not hold to the left there. That's it. All I had to do was not hold left. Boom, James. Ow. Actually, taking these 3 down here is a mistake. Oh, come on. There we go. New checkpoint. You need to eat mushrooms to use the jellyfish? Yes. Ow! Ow! Wait. Oh, I need to go to the right a little bit more there. I see. Here. Boom. Nice, nice, nice. I want to go the upper path here because I'm guessing that's another secret. Yeah, let's go, let's go. Ah, do I go up? Right. Ow. Let's go. Nice. I think because it's consistent, it works. It's like all of the interactables during a level require you to pick up the thing that you need to use them. So all of the levels have the same sort of flow to them. Oh, do I need to wall jump from higher, maybe? Right. Maybe I need to wall jump. Okay, well, I kind of made it there. Oh, instead of wall jumping, maybe a bounce gets me there easier. If I don't clip the corner. Nice. Hey, it's my friend. What's up, Foil?
Hey there, just the person I was hoping to see.
Oh, why is that?
Look at this. It's a spirit door. I've never seen one before, and I would love for you to show me how it works. Sorry, but I have no idea what that thing is.
Really? I just told you, it's a spirit door. You have a siren.
In my studies, I've read that shamans can travel through these structures with the aid of their familiar.
You mean Bao?
Sirens are spiritual guides, but they don't open doors for us. I'd ask if you're serious, but you seem like the earnest sort. Perhaps you're right, and I'm mistaken. However, knowledge can be lost to time, and I've found that your village is unfamiliar with several of the concepts I've read about in an ancient text. There is, of course, one way to find out if my research is faulty or not. What do you mean?
Hope it's not just me and it's connected to the levels. Oh, that the music is calming down. Yeah, I think maybe the music calmed down in the room before this spirit door. That's sort of what it feels like, but...
Well, in my line of work, when we have a theory, we gather evidence to support or refute the claim. You are a shaman, and you have your siren.
try opening the door. But I don't know how. All right, well, I'm less help in that regard. I know very little about the spiritual powers you possess. But according to my research, the siren is what activates the pathway to the spirit world. What do you think, Bao? Do you know what to do?
Yo, come on, Bao.
Clean. Incredible! You were right. It's beautiful. Amazing, isn't it? And just think, if this knowledge was lost to you, imagine what other secrets have been lost. We were always taught that the sirens help our people to draw closer to the spiritual plane. I never thought to take it literally. Haha! Well, May, thank you for granting me the privilege of experiencing this with you.
Regarding the orphan word issue you mentioned earlier, why can't we simply handle this via code so it's always broken up? I mean, I think you can, right? Like, well, it would be easier if the characters were like a monospace, right? Monotype, because the different characters take up a different amount of space, so you can't like count the characters. You have to know if it's falling to the next line, and I don't know if there's an easy way. Off the dome, I don't know if the label like exposes how many lines are being used. So, speaking of the music, it felt like there were 3 to 4 loops: beginning, exciting, epic, calming, something like that. And the cutscene music started. I see. I think we just need to audit the whole thing and add line breaks where we see it. Yeah, to me that seems like the way you're gonna have to do it, because I don't know if you can necessarily detect that you've moved on to a new line. I would need to check. Your text system would need to have a concept of how many words are on each line. Yeah. It's one of those things that is probably not even worth fixing. It's just something that happens. It's less important for a dialogue system. If this was a card game, right, you'd want to fix the orphan issue so that cards don't have orphaned words. But for a dialogue system, I don't think it really matters that much. I'm having PTSD of developing the pin game text obstacle. We could use a function to measure pixel width. Yeah. That would work. You could do some kind of like screen space detection to see if there's to see how much of the second line is used or whatever. But I think it's probably not.
Gods, I would love to. But with no understanding of the spiritual plane nor a siren to guide me, I'm afraid the risks outweigh the reward. But for you, it should be perfectly safe. Go on in and tell me what you find next time we meet. Of course, I'll tell you all about it. Okay, Bao, I'm trusting you. Let's do this.
We all. For real though, Game Maker has, I think. Oh my gosh! Look at those little spirit animals chilling. 2 bros chilling in a hot tub.
Well, I'll be. Is that a human? How long has it been since we've seen one of their kind on this side of the veil?
A few weeks, I reckon.
I say, old chap, you've lost your sense of time entirely. Or have you? It's been at least a century.
Is that more than a few weeks?
Forgive my friend, small human, he's very dumb. Time is a bit wobbly around here. But where are my manners? Starry salutations and the like.
Oh, howdy.
Hi.
So, what brings you to this side of the veil? Well, I don't know. I didn't know this place existed before now. Truly, well, that does explain the decreased foot traffic as of late. Nevertheless, welcome. Since you're new here, might I offer you some free advice? Choose the order of your spiritual boons carefully. The haphazard use of Aze around here won't get you very far. Good to know. Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh. I love the little crocodile squirrel. That's so cute. Dude, this is giving, oh, what's the Princess Mononoke? The like little spirit guys in the forest. So cute. Oh, I didn't listen. Oh. Okay. Oh, now I need to plan out the level. So first I need flower, shroom, flower, shroom. Flower, shroom, flower, shroom. Nice. Okay, now I need shroom, flower. Perfectly executed. And I've done it again. Wait a dang second. Maybe I don't actually need to double shroom here. Ah! Right, I just need to repulse myself at a good angle. Grabbing that angle is kind of tough. I guess... Oh, I picked the wrong order. Maybe I can use a wall jump to line it up a little bit better. Oh, okay. Okay. This is my chance. Don't bungle it. Okay. Whew. Oh. Ah, I can activate the door on this side. Let's go. This is Game Maker? Nice. Well done. Bungle it. Mods, bungle that guy. Oh, like explosives. Oh, I gain the ability for my tether to like break walls and stuff. Redirection shrooms. More mechanics. Little fishies. Oh, bouncy move. Looks like I'm doing some kind of crazy teleportation. I get the feeling you're not supposed to be out here. Oh. I already watched this cutscene. Aw, big frog. I already watched this cutscene too. This one as well. Nice. Looks like that's a speed booster. Nice. Pre-recorded stream, right? Don't worry, guys. I'm gaming really hard right now. Tethergeist. Wishlist on Steam. Incredible. Bet the video is half the size of the demo. True. Thanks for playing. Hey, thanks for the game. All right. Incredible. Wishlist now. Oh, let's go back. Open to this. And then wishlist after the stream. But yeah, so usually what we do after we play through the game that's submitted on Showcase Saturday is we give feedback. Thanks for playing. Hey, yeah, no problem. Thanks for submitting it to give feedback to. First off, I think the most obvious thing about this game that stands out is that the art style is incredibly gorgeous. The art is really, really good. It looks super appealing. And I think you've also done a great job at on Steam showcasing, let me go to the store page. Showcasing all kinds of different environments and biomes and stuff in here. Like, these screenshots really give the idea that there's like a lot of content in this game, right? Which is fantastic, you know? Oh, that must be like a map, like a level select, I think. It's like clicking through all these, it feels like almost nothing is repeated until you get to that pipe. Might even switch this out for something else, but it feels like nothing is repeated. And it feels like there's going to be so many levels and so much gameplay, which is great, right? Gives me the idea that I'm going to definitely get my money's worth, right? But the other thing that I think really stood out to me about this game is that the gameplay itself is incredibly strong. It's really, really fun. That was really cool. Good job. Yeah, I agree with Lizard. The gameplay is really satisfying to like hit the jumps, and it feels very smooth. And it's like, it's not your standard platformer moveset of like hitting the jump at the right time. It's a much different type of platforming, which is cool. I don't think I've done much platforming of this kind, right? And it's like timing your like soul tether so that you barely avoid hitting the spikes because you like fall in slow motion, and comboing your soul tethers together to get like a nice sequence, and using the like jellyfish burst between the tethers. Really satisfying stuff. I'd say the weakest part of the demo to me was definitely in the soul door, like needing to grab the power-ups in the right order. There wasn't much of a puzzle element to it. I just had to go and like remember the order, right? I was like, all right, first there's a crystal, so I need the flower. Then there's 2 mushrooms, so I need the mushrooms. Then the next one's a crystal, so I need the crystal. That room was just pick them in the right order. And then the next room, it's like the puzzle element to it was realizing that I needed to skip the second mushroom. But even then, it was like, once I saw that there was another mushroom I needed to bounce off of, it was like, or I guess jellyfish. Once I saw that there was another jellyfish I needed to jump off of, then it's like, okay, well, I have to end on like the shroom power up. So I have to go shroom, flower, shroom. And so
then I was just like, okay, so I have to skip this second jellyfish. So yeah, I didn't have all that information at the start of the puzzle. And as soon as I saw that there's like an obstacle at the end that I can't get through without the jellyfish shroom power up, I knew I needed to end with it. So it was like, then I just have to get through it. So neither of those felt like a very satisfying puzzle to me. And because you have to like pick the order ahead of time and store up all of your boons before you can start platforming, it also didn't have like the super satisfying smoothness that the rest of the gameplay had. It's like the rest of your level design was truly, truly great stuff. It's like all of the secrets were so satisfying. Every time I got one of the flowers, it hit me with like the similar, I missed 17 flowers. Yeah. Also, that's another thing. I would absolutely be playing this game over and over and over and over again to get 100% flowers, because that's just what I do. Like I think I got every strawberry in Celeste. And I loved Celeste. Celeste is one of my favorite indie games. And I think that the flower collection in this it scratched exactly the same itch that it scratched when I was collecting strawberries in Celeste. Like those seemed very, very similar amounts of fun to me. So, I mean, that's a great sign, right? Celeste is an incredible game. So I think your level design and your challenge design for the strawberries were really, really good. It's just the puzzle design with the selecting boons that I was like a little bit less excited about. You did not get every strawberry in Celeste. Well, I think I might have gotten every strawberry in Celeste except for the through like the main story. I didn't do like the after story. I did like once I got through the main story and then I went back through and I think I collected every strawberry. Like I kept going through the level until I found them all. But I would need to check. There's also no forgiveness here because of the boon system. Yeah, you have to nail it, but I also think the restarts are quick, similarly to in Celeste. So I think that that's not so much of an issue. But with the puzzle platformer part, where it was like you have to solve it, there was that leniency is gone too. So you didn't do farewell. No, once I got to the top of the mountain, I was like, nice. And then I saw that there was more to it and I kept playing. And then I really didn't like bouncing off the turtles. So that's fantastic feedback on the speedrun. Oh, I'm glad I could help. Yeah, I think that is... so I think that the art style is incredible, very appealing. I think anyone who looks at the Steam page is going to be very impressed by the art style. They're going to think, wow, this looks sick. I love your capsule art too. I feel like you did a good job with like the game looks very appealing in the capsule art. It's not clear that it's like a platformer from the capsule. And because like, actually that's like an interesting thing to mention is like, because of the fact that she's like holding a thing, I kind of thought that she was going to do fighting. Like it feels like she's casting a spell here and it feels like she's going to whip here. So I thought it was going to be like sort of combat based based on that. But so I was surprised there weren't like enemies, but I think that that's like not a big deal. I think that once you start playing, it's fine. And I think that the actual gameplay is extremely satisfying. But the other small bit of feedback I would have is on the Steam page itself. Let me open that up again, which I think I just like this. On the actual Steam page itself, during the trailer, once I played the demo, watching this trailer looks very fun to me, but watching the trailer before I played the demo, this did not look that satisfying. And I think it's because I couldn't tell how it was going to feel to use that ability. I don't know what you can do about that off the dome. And I think the reason it doesn't look that satisfying to me is probably like, yeah, this here, while she's floating here. Okay, I think this is what's happening. What's up with the 900 Google Chromes he's got pinned? Hey, let's not worry about that, okay? Let's focus on the key here. I think you can see my mouse in stream, right? Yeah. So here, when I'm watching the trailer, I'm focused on the player, right? So I think this is me, right? And then we have trailer feedback's really helpful right now. We definitely need to revisit it. Okay. Then, so when I'm watching the trailer, I don't know how the tether mechanic works, and I haven't felt how the tether mechanic works. So when I'm watching this, I'm focused on the player. And when I'm watching this moment, it looks to me like I'm not really doing anything. There's a lot of waiting, and then I end up here and just teleport. So this section feels like nothing's really happening because I was just kind of like watching myself and trying to figure out what's going on. But now that I've played the game, I know that while she's like this, I'm doing some other nonsense, right? I'm not her. I'm like my spirit, right? So when I watch this, knowing how the mechanic works, my eyes and focus shifts to something else entirely. But when I was watching it beforehand,
when I was watching it beforehand, I was entirely focused on her, and I was like, maybe not confused, but it just felt like there wasn't much action. See, this right here is a good sequence because she's moving, so it feels like, oh, very platformery. But then this here, I was focused on her again, even though there's like this spirit thing. And so then she teleports up here, and it wasn't clear to me how I'm controlling this section, if you know what I mean. Maybe zoom in on spirit. Yeah, I think you might want to do some camera tricks here. Like, you could even change the way the effect looks a little bit to make her like more the center of attention, and like even fade her out a little bit or put something over here that makes it clear to the viewer that this becomes the focus of the player. Yeah, because that is something that is very, very clear to me, is when I first watched this trailer, I was like, the art looks incredible, but the gameplay here does not look as appealing to me. But, you know, I'll give it a try and see how it feels. And then how it feels is very satisfying. The actual gameplay itself is extremely fun, but I think you might need to do some trailer magic here to really convince the viewer that that's the case. Even a 10-second introduction to the main mechanic at the start. Yeah. It's like here you start, the very first thing you see in the trailer is bouncing off of stuff as her. And so it feels like to me, and then you come up here, it feels to me like I'm her. And then I thought that was like, watching this without, if I'm being honest, I didn't think about it too much, but subconsciously I registered this as doing an attack to burst through it, like not actually moving. Then I'm just kind of floating here, and I still haven't really put together, and then it's running. I still haven't really put together that I am the soul, like I move using the soul tether thing. So what's funny is that first scene was what Thomas Brush told us to use. Maybe he knows better than me, but from my perspective, I never really got the sense during this intro that I was the character. I think this right here might be the first time where it's very clear, and I think it might be because of visually, it might even be the visuals of this scene is like not helping you either, because the scene, gorgeous, right? But the color of the spirit is blue like the background, so the focus, and she's orange, like she's orange, and she stands out really aggressively against blue, right? There's like an insane contrast here. Your eye is so drawn to her during this scene. And then the soul, which is blue on blue, is not drawn to that. So your focus is definitely on her. Even though the soul is moving around, she commands a lot more of my attention. But this scene, it's like a very dark background, and she feels very ghostly. So it's more clear to me here that that's what's going on. But then the other thing is this scene right here, the gameplay here is totally fine, but this looks a little awkward. The way she like, it's like the wall slide, her arm. I know this pain all too well from Isadora's wall slide doing this a lot too. It's like right now she's like wall sidling up against nothing. So this looks a little awkward. And so even though I think that might have been the clip that sold the gameplay the most clearly to me, it feels like the motion feels a little bit awkward because of the like sidling animation being a little strange there. So spoken like a true dev. Yeah. There's a reason why Isadora's wall sliding animation, she has her knee way up next to her body and her other leg sticks way off on the side. I want as little of her sidled up to the wall as possible. But yeah, oh, that scene. Maybe that is like a good bouncy, looks good. Dude, with the context of playing the demo, this trailer sells me on buying the game, right? If I imagine for a second that I'm not streaming, I'm not a dev, I'm just looking for a game to play, and I downloaded this demo to try it to see if I would like it, I would have played all the way through the demo, enjoyed it the whole time, watched this trailer, and been convinced to buy it. This trailer works to convince someone who played the demo to buy it, in my opinion. So with that in mind, it works really well for that. Like watching all of these mechanics, I'm like, I want to play the game. But this scene right here, I feel like maybe a lot of little elements. The fact that she's floating but down towards the spikes adds like an element of danger to the float that wasn't there before. The previous one felt like she was just floating in space with nothing really happening. This feels like you're on a time limit because she's going to touch the spikes. And the sprite here stands out a lot more against the background. And then it's clear that she's moving to the sprite because that's what happens. And then you do it again to pass through something. Like that scene right there, I feel like really illustrates what's happening to me in a strong way. So hey, that's half the battle. But yeah, we need to convince people to play the demo in the first place. Yeah. But I think that your art style, one thing that you definitely have going for you is that the art style is incredibly appealing. So you have, I mean, making an appealing art style that when people watch it, they're into it, like they buy into the fantasy Like that is 90% of it. So now it's just like making sure the gameplay hits. And your art is so good that I'm sure there are people who will just try it because because the art looks so good, you know? They'll be like, okay, it's a platformer and it's got cute art. Might as well give it a try. What's the price point you're going for? By the way, just out of curiosity. There's got to be a boost mechanic, probably like $15. Yeah, I think that's more than reasonable. I think, especially looking at the amount of content it seems like the game has. Yeah, to me, for a full game, I'd pay $15 to $20 with ads. Yeah. Yeah, I think if I played that demo and then watched the trailer and then looked and checked and the game was $20, I would probably just buy it. So I think $15 would be an even easier sell. And like I said, I'm very frugal, so I don't spend money aggressively, even on video games. The more I do indie dev, the more I'm willing to spend on games because I see the value in playing a lot of different genres and a lot of different games. But even then, yeah, we want it to be a no-brainer. Yeah, I think $15 is pretty no-brainer because the gameplay of the demo is so solid. But I think that now your main, from a marketing perspective, your main goal here is to make the gameplay on screen during the trailer look as fun as it feels to play. Because I think that's the only place there's a disconnect right now. Is that like in the trailer the game doesn't look as fun to play as it actually is. So you've done the hard part. You made a game that's very fun to play. Now you just have to sell it during the game. But y'all need to shut up about ads. I'm slowly dying inside. Darkening the background, slow motion, letterboxing on the soul tether, and maybe giving more context to rapid movement in the trailer. I tend to go question mark on rapid player movements in trailers because of comprehension. Yeah. Comprehensibility. Yeah, but I also think, you know, your standard platformer player wants to see the character moving real quick because that's what we like to do. Like when I'm looking for a platformer to play, I want to look at the trailer and think this game looks smooth. The motion looks really clean and I'm going to feel good pulling it off. It's like when I watch the trailer, I can imagine myself playing it, hitting that sequence of inputs and being like, yeah, I'm pretty good at jumping and wall climbing and also throwing myself around the map. So, I think that's what the trailer needs to sell the idea of. And I think that you're very close to doing that. I think that's why that one scene is so unfortunate with the like wall climb, like the wall clinging, like not looking that right on the rock. That's fine during gameplay, but in the trailer, it's like in the trailer, it makes it feel a little bit less smooth, and you want it to feel as smooth as possible because that's what, you know, platformer players are looking for. Yeah, and I think Vari's right. I think like a shot that teaches the viewer to watch the spirit is pretty good. This is such good feedback. We could also showcase speedrun techs in the trailer. Yeah, totally. I would probably put those a little more towards the end, because I think when I watch a trailer and there's too much speedrunning tech right at the beginning of the trailer, I'm like, this game's going to be too mechanically intensive for me, you know? But a big red circle and an arrow on the spirit. Yeah. Maybe you put Subway Surfers on the side, and then in the middle of the Subway Surfers, you put some text that's like, watch the spirit, so that when they get distracted by Subway Surfers, it instructs them to focus on the spirit. So something like that might work, I think. Is this game for everyone? I'd love to recommend this game to my girlfriend, and for me and the developer, it would be cool to hear it. If you believe it'd be good enough to get in. Thank you. Yeah, I think like if you like platformers, this will be fun for you. I think it's a pretty unique take on how this kind of like tethering, teleporting stuff works. And the thing I really like is that the game is committed to this mechanic, you know? This isn't like a platformer that added this tether and plays with it a little bit. It's like the game is built around the tether mechanic, and that's cool because it makes you sort of like become a master of the tether mechanic and use it in fun ways. So I think that's where it really stands out to me. This game is for people who are into precision platformers. Yeah. But yeah, YouTube thumbnails making their way into game trailers, true. But yeah, so I think that would be my main feedback is for the trailer to convey just how fun the game is, because the game is very fun to play. So, fun fact, this game stems from a game jam. Oh, that's sick. No wonder the game is so focused on the main mechanic. I mean, it can be easy when you're taking a game jam and trying to expand it to a full game to sort of lose the plot on what you were doing. It's like Isadora's Edge was a 2D pixel art platform with a single level, and now it's like a Metroidvania, right? That's sometimes scope can expand, but if you fix the text box problems, it's a $60 buy for sure. Yeah, dude, you had me hard pressed coming up with stuff to give feedback on, because the game itself is so well made that I'm like, what can I even what can I even give feedback on? It's like, and your game is the art is so good that it's like sometimes when you play an indie game or like a game jam game, you can point out the tricks they used to make their art really stand out and look really nice, right? And then those tricks can be helpful for game developers who are still getting started to like take those tips into their own work and make it look a little nicer. But the tip you learn from watching your game is to make incredible pixel art. It's like not super applicable. It's like, so the key to why their game looks good is because they are a master at the craft of making incredible pixel art environments. So, but Tether Guys didn't win the jam, but it got 10th in the popular vote. We were shocked. Over 5K Games Jam was GMTK 2021. Oh, nice. That's sick. Yeah, I feel like isn't that the case with a lot of games that started as game jams and expanded? Is they did surprisingly well. It's like I think Isadora came like 13th in the Vim Jam, and I was like, whoa, 13th, let's go. So also it's taken us 4 freaking years. I mean, this with the amount of content you're showing off in the screenshots and in the trailer and the polish level on the game right here, 4 years is like nothing, you know? Yeah, GMTK top 10 is crazy, by the way. just PS. Kind of glossed over that, but that is wild. You know, I actually, now that I think about it, my desktop audio. Let me quit the demo. Well, can I please quit the demo? Okay, there we go. Game would not let me select the quit button. I see what you guys are doing over there. This seems like a very valuable study here. Let's play the Game Jam version of Tethergeist to see what it was like. We can see the differences in the Game Jam version and how they expanded it to a full game. All right. Press any key to start. Well, not that key. Am I selected into the window? Well, let's hope. There we go. Wow. Split or rejoin is J. Oh, can I use the controller for this? Nope. Okay, we're stuck on keys. J. Nice. Watch your diamond count. If you run out, you can't split. Classic. Machinery is only active while you are split. Ah, this mechanic still works. Oh, and then you have to press J a second time. I see. Oops. I feel like you were the full version is a lot more lenient on the position there. Nice. Press R to restart if you get stuck. Let me up. Only your spirit may pass through. Nice. Classic. Easy. Okay. Nice. 48 hours for this is crazy, right? No joining or splitting in the orange zone. We hate oranges around here. Ah! I thought I could cheat it. Nice. And then the floating. Oops. Let me in. Nice. What? Bro. They eaten me in the retweets. Oh, oops. You guys can't hear the game. That explains it. There we go. Oops. Okay. Thought I just had no sound. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Nice, 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 nice. Okay.
Ow.
Ah, I see. Ow. Oh. That's funny. Oh my gosh. Okay, dude, the spikes mechanic messed me up in the full version and the jam version. I need to go all the way through, don't I? I can't split and rejoin in there. I need to do it like that, I see. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Oh, I needed to jump first. Squish me. Nice. The squishing worked. Love that for me. Nice. Oh, I tried to wall jump like this was the full version.
Ow.
Send help. As I slowly fall to my death. Let me out. No, tragedy strike.
Ow.
Gosh. Scrunk it. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Dude, your game is so good it makes me want a platformer. Someone who doesn't even like platformers. That's how peak this is. Yeah, it's really good. Whoa! It's upside down! Hate when that happens. Might have been a mistake. Let's find out. Ah, maybe I can sneak in there and then soul around. Jambers was me and one friend on code, one guy on music, two on pixel art. And the other drew level ideas. Ah, I see, I see. Let me in. What's your process when it comes to drawing level ideas? I was doing that the other day, and I was like, I wonder if there's anything actionable here that I can take. Uh-oh. Big jump. Let me through. No. Tragedy strike. Ah, but it pushed me. Thank you. Dude, actually a fun concept there. Don't even need that platform. Check it out. Ah, okay. Watch, watch, watch. This platform, not necessary for a guy like me. Okay, maybe the platform is necessary for a guy like me. Oops. Would love to know, trying to tackle the beast that is making fun levels and pacing mechanics right now. Right? Yeah. You got a whole devlog video on level ideas. We write them on note cards. Oh, I'm going to have to check that out. Ah, I tried to wall jump. Come back. Nice. Aha. Knew I didn't need that platform. Isn't this... Have I been this level before? This looks awfully familiar. Ah, but I only have one crystal this time. Ow. The Silk Song Habits, right? Soundtrack reminds me of No Surprises by Radiohead. Oh, I'll have to listen to that one. No Surprises if it was Stardew Valley. Draw, wireframe, playtest, refine, playtest, playtest, playtest. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I do think Burb has a good point too. It's like you want the I only have one? Oh, I guess I can jump across here. Ah, I see. Secret. No secrets. I think making sure it's as convenient as possible to iterate is pretty huge. It's like Do you have unlimited teleports? No, I have like a stamina system at the beginning. You can see in the top left, I spawn with those 2 crystals. So I have those 2 crystals for this level. I almost made it. I hit the death box at the... Let me in! It's like, obviously, the level design is going to be less refined in the Jam version. I mean, if people were expecting the Jam version to be more refined than the full version, that would be wild. But it is pretty impressive. It's like that the Jam version has like pretty nice levels, especially for a game jam. It's like, oh, you know, pretty good. But, uh-oh. Tragedy strike. But, damn, the full version's so polished. Oops. Probably should have grabbed that, huh? Oops. Oh, I gotta be quick there. Oh, but even then it doesn't get it done, huh? I'm still short one. Oh, I'm so... Gotta come grab that first. That's funny. Nice. Sometimes you forget that you have feet, you know what I mean? Oh, sneaky strat here. No, my sneaky strat. I want to be as high as possible so I have time to react. Okay, we just come through here. Nice. Oh. At least you have the Goombas. I've been conflicted of if I want to go through the trouble of making enemies in health, so I've been seeing if I can get just off of platforming for now. Been working on an electronics project with this in the background. Nice, nice, nice. Dude, true. Need Grimly first. Sorry. Need Grimly. Your game is crazy boring right now because you can't start the game with an awesome boss. You need Goombas first. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh. Well. Oh, I see. I see. Is that possible? Oh, because when I travel to my... So wait, can I do like some crazy tech of like... Oh, it seems possible. Oh, it's possible for sure. Well. You can cheese those with coyote time. But I think I need all 3, huh? So, but at least cheesing those with coyote time means I don't have to hit like the... Oh, oh. Nice. Okay. Now what? Now what? There are 2 up there. Oh, I see. I can use my feet again. Come through like that. Nice. Okay. Okay, we figured out the first half of it. We've had some people speedrun the Jam version, lots of cheese in it. Needing to get all 3 doesn't make sense because you have to use 1 to get all 3. Oh, right, since I can coyote cheese 2 of them, I don't ever need to get the 3rd one. True. I can't rejoin in there, so. Oh my goodness. I didn't go far enough. Well, that's brutal. Nice. Come on. Okay. Ah! Ah! Well, you gotta land the coyote cheese for it to be the better strat, huh? Okay. Now this time, don't make the same mistake here. Come through. If I grab that, okay, I think I can technically do it, right? Nope. We come through around here. Nice. Through here. Perfect. You thought you recognized this game, then you saw the name and remember the Steam demo was really fun and good art. Nice, nice. Is this the best game ever showcased by Shovel? The full version of Tethergeist, it's up there at least. It's definitely up there. Maybe it is. I would have to go look through the long history of games I've played on stream, but it might be. It might be the best showcase. Okay, obviously we come through here, but then what? Then what? I can't actually make it from here. Nice, okay. Just had to really play with the hitbox. Oh, I think I see the angle. But I'm too short. So I think what I need to do... No, that's not it. We come through here. Still not even close. Oh, we can... Okay, so now we're just one short. Okay, now we're just one short. What in tarnation is that emote? True, Biscuit Dungeon is pretty high. Biscuit Dungeon do go pretty crazy. Is there a way? No, I'm not seeing anything. The jam version seems more puzzle focused than the full version. Yeah, true, true. It's way more like counting the crystals. Was honored to have your shoe game be the first placed on Showcase Saturday. Nice. With the first one, you should be able to get to the down two. I don't think so. Sadly. This. There's got to be something to it. Oh, maybe. Can I... Okay, I can get all the way here from that crystal. Which means if there was some way to grab the two... No. We're so close. We're so close. You mean from the spawn position? Oh, you're right. That's the sauce. I think. But maybe I need to be a little bit more careful with where I'm spending them, huh? Okay, yeah, but you're right. We can actually navigate all the way here. And then what? Then what? Oh. Ah, and then we come up here. Then we navigate all the way up. Ah. I thought we could just barely make it. Right, now we can come here. Oh, now we can jump here. Which lets us jump here. Which gives us a jump here. Which gives us a jump up here. Nice. Okay, that one was wild. Okay. Usually he plays one game, then does a 3-hour segment called Vertex Shaders. It's true. I do that. Ah! Oops. Oops. Ah, I see what I need to do. Well, that is cruel. cruel and unusual punishment. I can't stand there. Gotta be a solution, right? Oh, I know. I can push myself. Oh, this was chained together, right? Or joined together or whatever. Did I also do this jam? I think I did. I can tell you my game wasn't as good as this one. Oops. Too much momentum. Okay, gotta be careful with the timing there. Oops. Yeah, I also did this jam. I think you kind of crushed my score. Ah, not enough room. Those spikes get me every time. Okay. Well, I did my victory laugh a little too early, some might say. Oh my goodness. Okay, we got this. I did this jam while having the flu. Yeah, right. I got my COVID vaccine, so I was extremely ill while I did this jam. Let's go. Yeah, being sick, or like having flu symptoms, was a huge part of the theme I came up with, so. Well, a good part of influencing the game I made, I mean. Mother trucker. Okay. Woohoo. Nice. Once participated in a game jam while preparing for a colonoscopy. Ooh, brutal. I'm short. Oh, that's not a pickup. That's my UI. Oh. That's funny. Let's go. I'm gaming. All right. I think I've fallen under the map now. Well, I thought maybe I would be able to just go right to the end. Unfortunately, it was not the case. If I was working on this, like, you've already expanded this project, so a lot of the feedback for this project, I think you've already done most of it, but playing this game, I would definitely have added like a little bit of a like a time slow or some kind of brief like pause when you grab the crystal so that you can like reorient yourself. You know what I mean? Wow, this trick is consistent, huh?
It happens every time. Something we did in the new version, gravity slows for about 15 frames and you collect a nectar. Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's actually really cool to go back in time and play this before it got expanded, because it's like those little details where it's like, you know, it's kind of hard to control because you're like, you fall too quickly when you grab the crystal, so you kind of have to predict you're going to grab the crystal, and it feels a little bit weird. Right. But the full version, or at least the demo version I played, the crystal grabbing feels so smooth. It didn't have this problem at all. So it's nice to know that like that was implemented and solved the issue. Come on. That's so funny. Game Engine is nice, but you've hop chip literally because they didn't have tile set collisions back when you used it. Like the player won't collide with tiles in a tile set? Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay. Oops. Ever since Opera bought Game Maker, they've been doing cool stuff. I didn't know. This is so long. Yeah, this is a truly insane amount of content for a Game Jam game. I think my game for this same jam had 6 levels, and one of them was horrible. It's funny, Extrangi actually play tested the horrible puzzle level in my game for this jam and was like, this puzzle is horrible, you need to change it. And I was like, no, it's good. And then I kept it in, and turns out it was horrible. Nice, we're gaming. How long back do you and Extrangi go? Me and Extrangi were roommates in college. Oh my god, they were roommates. You get the feeling you didn't use terms that harsh? Right. Exaggerating a little bit. Extrangi was like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. If you release this, I don't think I'll ever talk to you again. In fact, I kind of just hate you for even making the mistake in the first place. Never talk to me. Also, your hairline is bad. Okay. You know, standard Extrangi stuff. Oh, let me in. Let me in. Ah! Nice. Well, now exactly what happened with our jam entry biscuit dungeon. My partner for the jam bit said the ending was too hard, but I thought it was fine. But yeah, Bits was correct, I have to say. Ah! Dang it. Okay. Let me in. Nice. Oh, shit. Okay. I saw all the, like, yellow over there and thought that was where I needed to go next, so I jumped down without thinking. But it doesn't even make sense for that to be where I need to go next, because the crystals are up here. Oh, I should have jumped. Well, what are you gonna do? Sorry for the missed question. You meant that you didn't get with the good changes for Game Maker? Yeah. I'm not that familiar with Game Maker. I used it some for the sponsorship to see what it was like, but I've heard good things about it from the people that use it, at least. So I need to do some kind of floating shenanigans here. Like this. I think I cooked myself, yeah. Game Maker has a lot of new features, sequence editor, UI editor, etc., etc. Ah!
Sorry if I say anything wrong. This is my second language. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Okay. Oh, I can just go. No, I can't. No, I can't. The spikes were grayed out, but not because they can't hurt me. Game Maker Glow Up 2025. Nice. Game Maker is used to make games. Source. I'm gonna need you to back up claims like that, Monarch. Oh yeah, I can't. No, I can't reform in there. Although it sort of felt like it was letting me. Let me in. No, dang it. Let's think. If I reform here, if I jump and reform, I have a brief window. The source is that inbound shovel might be used to whack me in the head with a shovel. That does sound like me. Can I? Oh, can I? No, no, no. There is a crystal right there. I think I can just. Oh. Nice. Yeah, it's interesting that this is a puzzle game. Like the other one is a platformer. This is a puzzle game. I do find that quite interesting. Oh, but that's wrong. That's wrong. That is not correct. I've done a lie. There aren't two crystals over there. That's my damn UI again. I keep getting baited by the UI. I keep going to try to collect the crystals in the UI. I was like, from right here, I was analyzing. I was like, there's one crystal on the platform and two crystals up next to the little neb. Okay. Well, that was a pretty bad jump, huh? But, I mean, if I just keep following. I'm shocked that that worked. Okay, so can I do this? I see the problem. I see the problem. The UI in this version is cheeks. I mean, honestly, it gets the job done. It's the exact same sprite as the one you can collect. So that's all that was getting me. All right. Yes. Gaming. Hopefully I don't actually need all of those. If I somehow need to collect all of those, that would be shocking. Thanks for playing. Final time, 28 minutes, 44 seconds. Let's go. We're gaming. Afraid to say this Game Jam version is now about as long as the demo you played. Not afraid isn't like bad. Genuinely spooked. Yeah, but it's really cool to see the differences. It's like, as far as feedback for this version goes, I think like the puzzles were pretty fun, but some of them, the solutions weren't like, weren't that intuitive, but not, it's like you generally don't want a puzzle to feel super intuitive, but you also don't want it to feel like, well, how was I supposed to figure that out? And it's like that one where I like landed and it just like pulled me into the crystal. I don't think I would have considered doing that for a long time. So I sort of just like lucked into it. Right. But yeah, 28-minute game in 48 hours is crazy. True. Yeah. But yeah, I think a lot of the like controls, the stuff with like controlling the character that I would have like given feedback on, like, you know, when you collect the crystal, there should be some slowdown so you have time to like recontextualize the situation you're in, like when you're in the middle of falling, and having like the terminal velocity in the full version is very, very generous. Like you fall very slowly, and that's really good for a game where you spend a lot of time falling. Also, I think the spike hitboxes in the full version are a little bit cleaner. In this game, it felt like the spikes were a little bit too aggressive in some places. But yeah, overall. And then also the UI changed to make it very clear that the amount of tether jumps you have in the UI is not a part of the level design. And then obviously the glow up in terms of like art and animation. It's really, really an incredible difference. So that's sick. That's sick. Half an hour for a Game Jam demo. True. Yeah, great job. It's really cool to see. And I hopefully, like, I think this was fun to play and see the differences. And hopefully I think like for
developers watching, they can see that like this Game Jam version is clearly like a fun Game Jam game and did well. But even though it did well for a Game Jam, it's obviously not like a commercially viable as it stands, right? The art was nice and the gameplay was nice, but like if you put this on Steam as it is, it wouldn't really work. But the full version they've made works as a Steam game incredibly well. I think the gameplay is great and the art style is fantastic. So in my mind, I feel like this should be super motivating. Like seeing this, I'm like, okay, so, you know, they like these developers are on a similar path that I am with Isadora's Edge, where the Game Jam version was fun, but had like a lot of issues and needed a lot of artistic upgrades and needed a lot of changes. And then they made those changes and even like a slight genre switch to be more about precision platforming and timing and fun movement, schmovement, if you will, as opposed to solving puzzles. And like my change with Isadora is very similar, where instead of going from a pure pixel art, instead of going from a pure 2D platformer about like fine precision, it's like more like a Metroidvania. So I feel like it's a super inspiring thing to see. So RK, I think I'll be going now, but it was awesome seeing you and playing both versions and being and having O and Co in chat. Yeah, true. And yeah, thanks for hanging out, RK. Always good to see you. Schmovement, if you will. Yeah, really cool, really cool. Makes me want to show in the in the very same jam, my entry, Out in the Cold, which did not do nearly as well. You can see my overall 386 rank from 77 ratings, though. A lot of people played it. So cute, this little game. Very different skill level demonstrated for me on this one. Yeah. What a cute little game. I love my little fire sprite I made. But yeah, there were only like 6 levels, and the 5th puzzle was horrible. No one understood what was going on, but yeah, same jam, which is cool. Made all the art myself. Yeah. I did this solo, you know, solo development. Although, wait, I think Insandio made the music. So not truly solo developed. Right, Insandio made the music track for me, but I did all the art, programming, gameplay design. That was all me. And then Insandio did the music track. So not totally solo. Insandio did a lot of the music for most of my games. So Insandio does streaming, music, and editing. Yeah, Insandio is sort of a what? Oh, flubbed what I was gonna say. What's the thing when someone the term that's used when someone can act, do music, and there's something else, dance maybe? There's a word. I want to say jack of all trades. There's like a triple threat or something. I don't know. Yeah, she's also a chef. Yeah, she went to culinary school. She can edit videos. She does music, and she was streaming. Yeah, multi-talented. I think is it triple threat? I think that's the word I was looking for. But yeah, so she did the music for this. A unicorn. Yeah, she's a unicorn. That's for sure. But yeah, so it's cool to see it. This wasn't the first jam I did. This was the second jam I did. First jam I did was the Mrs. one. But similarly to yeah, the movement in Isadora's Edge made me want to go look at my Isadora's Edge page. My little GIFs are not that good, but was smart of me to add GIFs to the page instead of just, you know, standard images. Oh, nice. It's cool seeing the anime GIFs. My Plague Doctor, I really liked getting the Plague Doctor into the parallaxing background. I realize this is like 3 pixels on your screen, so you can hardly see what's happening, but whatever. Hey, Canada, Poland, EU, and A. A lot of countries. The old Isadora, yeah. Similar to seeing the difference between Tethergeist and Tethergeist on Steam. Seeing Isadora where it started and where it is now is pretty fun. So, my first jam game was a fucking mess. Yeah. The Plague Doctor. Oh my god, my little like clown vine guy. I tried so hard to give him an attack, but I couldn't animate it, and I ran out of time. Poland mentioned. It do be like that. Okay. I turned this up. All right. Well, it took us quite a while to do the first game of Showcase Saturday, so I should probably jump into another game. And next up, we gotta feature a game called De-Infestation.
by the incredible Lusk. A large force of unknown biological enemies have been seen coming out from the dark caves. Send in your drones and machines to fight these beings and destroy the enemy base. De-Infestation is a 2D army strategy roguelike game where you click and drop units into lanes to defeat enemies. You can either get more units or special upgrades to get stronger. Can you beat the final boss on hard difficulty? Knowing how Lusk balances his game, probably not. Yeah, Lusk game! Let's just do normal at first, even though knowing Lusk, that's probably also going to be very difficult. I'm not hearing anything, so I'm guessing this game doesn't have sound because I don't have the stream muted or anything. But okay, we have some cards to choose from. We have the Boomfly, a knockback debuffer. Debuffs enemies by making them take more damage. It costs 150 gold, has 2 HP. Damage is 0.4. Is that 0.4 per second per turn? Not sure. The range is 10 meters. It weakens and enemies take 20% more damage. We have the Deathwalker, runs towards enemies, then explodes, deals bonus damage against large and massive enemies, I suppose. Dude, this guy looks sick. He's like a big, like, spidery tank guy. Didn't play sound for you either when you played it, Monarch? Oh, okay, I see. Try to skip forward while you're reading the description. Like, what? It feels like watching a video. That's funny. Okay. The Firewall Howitzer, siege missile unit, fires a cluster of missiles in an arc towards enemies, deals bonus damage against large enemies, but it costs 1750. And the Sentinel attacks with poison fumes. Costs 400, has 20 HP. Damage is 0.25. Poison stack rate. Okay. So the very first thing that hits me from launching in is this is a bit of an analysis paralysis thing where there's like, there are 4 choices and each choice has like a bunch of different factors to consider. And I don't even know how the game works yet. So I would probably launch into this with a tutorial. Because otherwise, you know, I'm just going to click something. I'm going to click whatever costs the least. Well, the Deathwalker seems a little bit risky because he explodes, so he's not a consistent unit. So let's just go with something that feels middle ground, like a Sentinel, a tanky unit. I'm not sure. So, but immediately I'm hit with a little bit of analysis paralysis. I'm getting gold per second, it looks like. Click on unit icons, click on lanes to deploy, use miners to generate more gold. So, oh, these are my miners. So I can deploy my tanks, and then my miners, okay. So I want to deploy my tanks to protect against the stuff here. But right now I'm not really gold limited. I'm pretty much just cooldown limited, huh? Okay. But my tanks are really holding up. But let's get some more miners deployed. And then we have 2 tanks in 1 row, so let's just keep the miners there. I think that's going to be the best way to keep up a healthy revenue stream, since this is where we can overload the miners. Oh, it looks like these 2, I thought one of my tanks died because the sprites were overlapping. So it might be good to have a little bit of like a cushion on these so that they stay visually separate enough to make it, you know, clear that there are multiple units in the row because they're using exactly the same sprite and they're going to the same position. Yeah. Okay. See right there how he was like a little bit backed off. That might be a good thing to keep doing. But okay, now I get a little bit more sense of what's going on, and I have a pretty good tank, and I don't think any of my tanks died that round, so I don't think I need to go for another high HP tank. I think I need to go for something that does either some damage or a support. Better miners. I need more units. I can't take the upgrades. I need more units, so I probably should take the Boomfly. He's pretty cheap too, so I think Boomfly is my absolute priority here. And then we need to get some guys down like quickly. Let's Boomfly in this. Boomfly to support him and get someone here. Boomfly in here. Some more miners. Get another Boomfly here. Oh, that's not where I want the Boomfly. Okay, get you here. Let's get a Boomfly to support you. Get some more miners out. I really want to have Boomflies in the second row, huh? More Boomflies. Seems like I'm mostly cooldown limited, right? I think I already said that, but it remains true. Where it's like my gold is, I just have so much gold. I can just like put stuff down basically for free. Just as long as I have time to click, I have time to place. Lusk might be asleep. Yeah, but that's okay. If Lusk is asleep, they can check the VOD. Or if this gameplay makes it into the full video. Okay. I could not tell what was going on. Yeah, I think that this was submitted for the keyboard list jam, so it has to be entirely mouse control. That's my guess. But I do think needing to like click and drag is tough. And also, I would love the ability to pause and think about what's happening and make tactical decisions. Because right now, even though this game looks to be designed to be a tactical, like make good decisions, deploy your units well, use your resources well, that's what it looks like it's designed to be. But I'm just clicking as fast as I can because it feels purely APM testing. And it feels purely APM testing in a game that I have to exclusively use my mouse, right? It's like if there were keybinds and I could get really good at hitting the keys so that I can think while I'm having high APM to really do this like an RTS, then I feel like it would feel very natural. But because I'm APM limited in a keyboard in a mouse only game, there's no time for me to really think about what's happening, so I'm just clicking. But now let's try using some expensive units because maybe that'll give us more time to think. So let's grab a saber. And then first things first. Okay. Instantly I see there's like enemies in every row. Oh no, those aren't enemies. I don't know what those are. I have 800. Let's put a tank in here with you. And then let's get you in here. And then I want to set up my tank and support unit in every row before I start putting in the expensive units. Okay, so now I have tank set up. Let's get some miners going. Oh, did my tank already die in this row? That's crazy. And now let's start bringing in the big guns. And overloading the top because that's the easiest point to get to with clicks. And get another support unit down here for that tank. And we can start bringing miners in there too. And then let's get a big guns in there. Get some more miners out because we are starting to get a little bit gold limited now that we have the expensive DPS unit. Get more in here. Get more miners in here. And then let's go for, now we have a saber in each row so we can continue putting tanks and, okay. Wasn't even close, I think. You can click and drag to drag over multiple units in your hotbar to deploy multiple units at once. Oh, I see. Okay. Jessica Luss is watching the VOD. Please ask what game engine they made this in. I think this is probably Turbo Warp because that's what Lusk uses, right? So I think this is Turbo Warp, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Okay. We have a tank Basilisk, which is an extremely defensive unit that can stop enemies. We have a Silo, which deals damage in a radius and can push enemies slightly away with a really big splash. There's the Nightingale Flying Air unit, which deals bonus damage against large and massive enemies, but has difficulty hitting short enemies. And it has Demolisher. Okay, we have an expensive attack unit, so maybe we should also do a slightly lower cost attack unit, or we can go for a Silo here. We can have another support for our big tank. I think another offensive unit makes sense. We want to be able to do enough damage, but okay, so let's start getting the tanks going. Get you in here. Get you in here. You in here. We just want a unit in every row. Okay, get you in here. Oh, my tank already went down. Okay. Tank going down is bad. Overload the miners here. Get here. Since we have the repulsors protecting them. I am just getting absolutely destroyed in the bottom. The bottom lane. Okay, I think I'm overwhelmed. I don't think I can keep up. My tanks cannot stand up to this much damage. Do I have to start from the beginning? Oh, and then I start over from the beginning because it's a roguelite. So as soon as I get overwhelmed. Yeah, I think I'll try another run, but I don't even have a tank option this time. The Boomflies are nice because they are very cheap, but they don't deal that much damage. I actually feel like maybe I need to start with expensive units. I think I need to start with more expensive units because I'm so cooldown limited in the beginning, but I don't need to really worry about the beginning. The beginning feels very winnable, right? This Nightingale felt like it wasn't really doing much. Boomfly is so cheap that I feel like you really can put him down to support quite a lot. I never even got the chance to put out any sabers on the last one. They have 5 HP, 2 HP, 12 HP, 30 HP. 1200. Let's start with Demolisher. Let's see what this big expensive unit does. Mostly overloading miners on the top, which is fine. I can block them with a Demolisher. I don't know if I want to continue doing this. But... the Demolisher's cooldown is so high. I might have cooked myself by going Demolisher here. was this first choice just so bad that the game's over? I can't. At least, I mean, I got plenty of gold. I just need to not die. Is the game unwinnable if you go Demolisher first choice? Okay, my base HP is 900. I think I should have enough time to get another Demolisher down. Okay. Come on, Demolisher. The money is not the problem. It's just the cooldown. Okay. We got a Demolisher in each row, which I think is kind of GG. Nice. Okay. Wow, this first round was much harder with the Demolisher in. But that's also so slow because they don't really do that much damage to the base, huh? I guess I should keep putting Demolishers down to actually get through this a little quicker. And we double Demolisher the top row. Okay. We need something cheaper with a shorter cooldown. Something tanky would be good too. Increase base HP. All units deal double damage. The Deathwalker explodes. The Saber is expensive and slow. We just got to reroll here. The Vanguard's a high HP tank that has splash. It has 30 HP. More starting gold, but that's not good. Reduce unit cooldown by 50%. But that's not the issue. The issue is we get overwhelmed. So I think we just need the tank, right? Don't have enough money for anything. Okay, we can afford you here and get you here. Oh my goodness, did I just hear a donation or a... Okay, with the gift membership hitting IDK8. Thank you so much, okay. That's so nice. I really appreciate that. We Demolisher in this top lane, add a tank to this Demolisher. I think we're in the clear on this one too. Right? Okay, the go. Can we get some +2s in chat for okay? All right. Okay, so I think we're pretty safe on this run. Maybe put another tank in the top just to protect, since that's where all the miners are. We've got so much gold that the miners are not really an issue. Yeah, getting the cooldown upgrade would be huge too, because we just don't have any time on these Demolishers. Nice. All right. I think we're in the clear on this wave, but I feel like I'm just going to get completely ran over on like the third or fourth wave again. But we're still pretty cooldown limited. We had so much money. So there's the Mole, which is a burrowing siege unit. It deals bonus damage against structures. I don't even know what the enemies are like at all. I don't know what's a structure, what's not. We have a sniper. We have the Biotech Nanoswarm. Sends drones that deal damage to enemies. Base now launches 12 total drones for all lanes. Tranquility drops bolts from the sky that deal low damage that has Great Splash and knockback. So this is a support unit. It costs a lot. I feel like we shouldn't go all in. I think costing a lot is better than being cheap, right? So let's put a tank up here to protect against our miners. And then let's add a support unit to that tank. And then let's add a tank to protect against these other lanes too. We need more miners up here getting protected. I think we're all in on protecting this top lane. Let's add you here. Add a tank here. Trying to get the top lane economy going. We can afford a Demolisher in this lane. Get another tank on the bottom. Okay, add a support to this tank. Okay, let's save the money. Okay, we've got the Demolishers going pretty well. Maybe we put another tank here since you don't have a Demolisher. I mean, we have one Demolisher, but let's add a Demolisher to this bot lane. We should add a Demolisher to the top when we can. Although we could just keep adding tanks to it. Let's add a support to this line. Okay, this round went okay, but just barely. Just barely. All right. We can't take anything that's expensive here because we basically had no time to get those online. Sends drones that deal damage to enemies. The base now launches 12 total drones. I don't know how often this happens, but if it's just like a default, like we need something that happens in the beginning, right? We can't, because we have so much time sitting around where nothing's happening. So I think this might get us over that initial hump. If it just launches right at the start. Get a tank in this line. Oh, the nanotext is a button. I see. Oh, okay. It just happened. All right. We need to support the top lane. Let's get a tank here since all my other lanes are dead. We need as much miners in the top as we can possibly get. Tank in the bottom. Just to try to protect some base HP while we build up miners on the top. Get a tank on this lane to try to protect some HP. And then we need to put something at the top again. Okay, let's support the top lane. Oh, we already have a support in the top lane. But honestly, it's pretty good. This is where all our economy is. Let's try to protect it. We have a couple miners there. Let's protect them too. I feel like the swarm is really keeping us going right now. Let's put a support here and a tank here just to try to take less damage while we keep our money going. All right. We want to get a bruiser in the top just to make sure we're protecting those miners. That's where all of our income is. Let's add a support to these tanks since we have a couple miners there. Okay. So excited for Christmas. There's going to be playing lots of games, right? Yeah. Dude. Love a good Christmas break. Okay, nice. We got past the hump with the drones, I think. We need something that's not that expensive, right? 200 gold. It's a support unit, but it can push enemies back, which seems okay. 125 gold, fires bullets at a fast rate. So this can take things down. I think Cobra is pretty nice here. We could try to take an upgrade, but I think getting a damaging unit earlier for a cheap cost seems pretty good. Then we can focus on upgrading what we do have. So I think that makes sense. Okay, let's get you here. Try to protect the bottom lane as much as we can. Tank here. Keep building in the miners here. Let's get you here. Get another one here. And let's get a tank here. Keep building up the top. Put a crusher here. And then that guy is like locked for good. Get you here. All right. We need support on the top lane. What we really need is someone in the second lane. Yeah, you. Okay. Get a support on you. And then let's get another tank in the bot. Let's get you here. And get another crusher here. Let's not forget about the top since that's where most of our money is. We don't have a support here. Another one here. Another guy here. Cool. Okay. Get some more support on the top to deal with that big guy. All right, nice. We got through. Cool. Tic-tac-Joe. Got some 2 weeks of just sleeping and playing for me. Nice. I kind of want to re-roll for an upgrade. Yeah. Let's go, Christmas. Exciting. You're doing art trades for Christmas? That's so fun. Okay. Yeah, I want an upgrade. Something that I don't have to spend money on. Call the better miners. Double gold, repair the base at max base HP, and repair shields instead. Okay. More gold from miners seems good. Protect you. I know you're a support unit, but let's get you supporting that guy. Get a tank in the bottom. Let's get you here. You here. Support the top. Get a tank here. You deal damage in the bot. More miners. Tank here. You support here. Get you here. Okay. This game is taking 100% of my brain power. I'm just saying words. Okay, you here. Boom. Let's support you. Okay. Continue adding units to the top to make sure it doesn't get overwhelmed since I can't parse anything that's happening on the screen. Okay. I think one important piece of feedback here is that like at this point, I have no idea really what's happening.
It's like there's so many units and enemies that I can't really tell what's going on. I don't really know what's doing damage to what, and I'm just so busy clicking stuff like minor, 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 minor that like I can't really have time to figure out what I need to do. So I'm just hitting buttons. How many rerolls do I get? Can I just reroll forever? Reduce unit cooldown by 50%. Oh boy. Okay, this seems very good because if you have money, you can just no time to talk, only time to place units. Get some tanks out, get some damage out. Get you down here. We need to be deploying miners. Just click units. Almost doesn't even matter where the units are. Just click them. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah. I don't really. Start with 5 times the gold, lose 90% HP. That doesn't seem good. All units deal double damage. That seems good. I just keep bringing in the big guns. Also have to keep bringing in miners. All right. And now we got a second crusher. Keep bringing the miners. Okay, we won. Nice. Okay. I feel like we're pretty strong now, but we only got a couple stages left. We can increase our attack range. I don't really know how that benefits me. I already can't manage clicking all the units I have, so I feel like I should just keep taking perks. I feel like more units, I'm just not. I mean, there's the Iron Fist Crusader, which is a mid-range super unit, has incredible splash against groups of enemies. It's very expensive, but I mean, I can just launch those once I have my economy going, I guess. Bottom row getting a little bit scrunked. Okay, we're locked in. Miners are doing good work here. You go down here. You support you. You go here. We get you in the bottom row. We already have the support unit there. More miners. Okay, nice. Okay. You're heading out. Thanks for showcasing Tether Guys today. It was an honor. Hey, yeah, thanks for hanging out. And Go, it was good to see you. I'll have to check out your devlogs later too. A lot of people in chat, said they're good, so I'm excited to see what they're like. All units gain ranges. I mean, I'm not going to click any other units, so taking a passive buff seems good here. Get you here. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. You here, you here, you here. Okay, let's support the bottom a little bit. Start getting some tanks out. Okay, and we're bringing the miners in. Oh my gosh, he's so tall. What a cool guy. Nice. All right. Super long cooldown on him. Oh my gosh, there's a... Oh, nope. We got him, I think. All right, we're at the boss, I suppose. All right. We have one really big dude that we can deploy when we need to. So let's reroll for a buff. Well, Greedier Corpo seems dangerous. Bulwark Barrier. Let's be safe. I feel like we're quite strong, so as long as we're safe, we should be good. Let's start deploying the tanks. Get the miners out. You block that guy because he's scaring me. You come help him. Get another tank in here. You get down here. All right. Just clicking. There's what appears to be some very scary enemies here.
We want one of you in each row, basically. Get the crushers online if we can. All right, we got 4 crushers. Let's keep getting our miners out, and then we can save up for the super units. Okay, super unit in row 1. Do they go in a single row? I actually don't know. All right, now we have enough gold that we can just keep sending it. Just as many units as we can possibly get out, basically. Nice. I think we won. I think that was a win. Didn't look like we were losing, but I might need to watch the clip to see what happened. Yeah. Next showcase Saturday will be Shovel pretending to play screenshots of my game. Don't spoil it, IDT. What the heck? GG. Yeah, nice. Okay, so I think yeah. Feedback time. I think the game itself is a really cool concept, obviously. It's like deploying units in rows and watching them battle each other. I think that it definitely had some clarity issues where I didn't really know what was happening. And because the game is about like trying to make tactical decisions, especially in like the roguelike upgrade choices, not really know where your weaknesses are as a player makes it hard to decide what upgrades you want to choose, right? I really didn't know where I was weak. Like the difference between the first run and the second run didn't feel that much different to me, other than like I picked a more expensive starting unit because I had a little bit more context, but even then, I wasn't sure. Chat going crazy over wanting Vertex shader news. But yeah, I didn't really know like where I should change my priorities to try to like upgrade my build and get different abilities and things like that. So a little tough to make those decisions. And then during the gameplay, it was so fast. It's like the miners are mining so quickly and the enemies are coming quickly, and I have so many different buttons to click that I was never really thinking about where do I need to deploy stuff or where should I like use my units most effectively. I was mostly just trying to click as fast as I possibly could to make sure I was getting the strongest units I could onto the board. And with that in mind, it didn't feel that tactical. Yeah, IDT said it real was just like the game looks neat, but not gonna lie that they had no idea what I was doing. And honestly, I didn't really know what I was doing much either. I was just clicking units and deploying them and trying to make sure I had enough gold. And it's like, I know that I need, this guy is expensive, so getting him in the row is good. And this guy's the most expensive, so getting him is very good. And it's like, so I'm just trying to like drop the cheap units to stay alive while I drop miners in the top row so that I can make enough money. And it's just like click as fast as I possibly can and hoping to not die. So I think maybe slowing the game down a little bit and making the decision making a little bit more interesting, right? It's like if the game was going a little bit slower, then I can tell that things are like falling apart in one area. I need to shore it up and I need to like actually deploy my units thoughtfully. But the current speed of the game makes the thinking about what to do fall very secondary to making sure I'm clicking enough stuff. This guy's been preaching the multiple units meta. It's like the more you can drag multiple tiles in your hotbar to drop multiple units into lanes at once. I guess, but even then it's just like trying to do things as fast as possible. Whereas I feel like slowing it down so that rather than I'm just trying to make decisions as fast as I can, I need to make good decisions. Is important. I never felt like it was never that critical to put like units that synergize well into lanes together at the same time. As long as I was dropping units into lanes, I was good to go. And so it was just drop as many units as I possibly can at all times. And then I like started just taking passive buffs because I could barely manage like the 6 units I had rather than being able to get a lot of them. Also, rather than being able to add more units to make interesting decisions, right? You definitely don't want a bar of like 12 different unit types where you're trying to think of like which unit goes where and like, oh, my bottom lane is getting overrun by phantoms, so I need to make sure I have some like anti-stealth units or something. It's just like make sure I'm clicking to drop my guys in my rows. Which makes taking the passive buffs really nice because I don't have to think about them. But that's not really, it's like in a game that's supposed to be tactical, saying like, it'd be nice if I didn't have to think about this so much is not a good sign for sure. Then the other thing, I had a thought. Hold on, it'll come back to me. When Lusk is watching the VOD later, they can just skip forward so they don't have to make me remember what I was thinking. Yeah, I was thinking about Vertex shader news. I was like, dude, got some updates. Oh, I lost it. Oh, okay. Well, I don't remember what I was gonna say. But a different idea that came to mind is also like, um, slowing the game down so players can tell what's happening is good, but also making the clarity of the gameplay higher too. Like right now, there's so many units on the bar and they overlap each other. If you just look at a screenshot, can you tell me how many units I have on my board? I don't think so. And I also don't think you can tell me how many enemies there are for sure. Especially if you've only played the game 3 or 4 times, there's no way to tell from a screenshot that you have time to look at, let alone from a glance. So making it so that the clarity is a lot higher so that your units are spread a little bit further apart. Maybe give them health bars so you can tell how close they are to dying, so that you can actually replace them when you need to. Additionally, making it clear how many enemies there are and what their health bars are looking like. A lot of the UI needs for this game, I think, revolve around making it clearer at a glance what's going on, so that as a player you can decide very quickly what you want to do. And then if you slow the game down as well, then the UI gives that clarity. They have the time to make those decisions. So then yeah, someone in chat said having like a level 0 would be cool too, so that you can have a better understanding. I think that's another thing that happened too, is like you get dropped right into the run, which means that like you get 4 choices. They all have a bajillion stats and I have no idea what any of them do. And then you have to just like get going. And for a gameplay focused demo where you're not too worried about tutorialization, that's fine. But having the tutorialization to it and slowly introducing those concepts would help a lot too. It would be better if it was more like Plants vs Zombies. Yeah, I think like this is essentially like a Plants vs Zombie concept, right? Where the enemies come down the lanes and you drop your units. The other thing is like dropping the miners, because their cooldown was so low. It felt like there's this constant need to miner spam because you need the miners to generate the gold, and because of that, you need to be dropping miners on cooldown basically as much as you possibly can. And that is a lot of like APM requirement to constantly be doing that. But with that in mind, I think that the idea is really good. You select your units. The units you have access to, you get through like roguelike progression, and then the upgrades you get are also through roguelike progression. Although there could be something to be said for like splitting those up, where it's like you have between certain rounds you have unit choices, and then between certain rounds you have passive choices, so that you're always expanding your unit allocation and your passive allocation identically, so that you're never in a situation where you have like 4 units and a bunch of passives, or 12 units that you can't possibly manage. And if you restrict it a little bit by, flipping back and forth so that you don't have to like, so that the player can't overload one way or another, that lets you balance more carefully around the amount of units they have selected and the amount of passives they have selected, right? You can add more passives that sort of scale off of each other if you know that they only have 4 of them, right? Because you can't get like 8 of them and then it doesn't even matter what units you're using. So, the genre is called a line battler and it's pretty popular in East Asia. I see. Yeah, I'm familiar with Plants vs Zombies, but I didn't know there was a whole line battler genre. So, X Gamer asked, how do you collect feedback from game jams, comment section, moderation review, YouTubers playing the game? How does it usually happen? How do you know that the game is good for a wide player? I think it's basically as many people as you can get to playtest your game, like the better, right? If people leave comments about playing your game, you read them. If YouTubers play the game, you watch the playthrough, you send it to people and get feedback. Like, you want to get as much feedback as you possibly can, because that's the way to improve. Is watching people play your game is so informative as to like the problems and what you need to change and everything. So where you can get this game, it's available on itch. It's called De-Infestation. It's on ishinada.itch. Let me actually just copy and paste this in chat. Me on my way to male Northern Lion. Yeah. I mean, having a big streamer play your game is like, juicy. So feedback is hard to get. People hate forums. Yeah. Getting people to fill out forums for like, what did you think about it is tough. And also there's the element of like getting people's actual reaction can be a lot better than getting their thoughts that they type up afterwards, because you can never be 100% sure, like how their playthrough went based on what they say. But if you can watch the playthrough, that's incredibly valuable.
your side project is heavily inspired by Plants vs. Zombies, and you were wondering how you'd explain it to people without mentioning Plants vs. Zombies, you had no clue that the term line battler existed. Getting YouTubers to play your game. I see. Hey, Shovel. Hey, what's up? Yeah. Definitely going to try and get like Dangerously Funny to play. Gotta take a boot. Yeah, Dangerously Funny has some good videos. So, if you want to start your development journey, just get started. That is advice that I can definitely agree with. You know, you're kind of spitting on that. And I think anyone who says stuff like that is probably a pretty smart individual. Should you add a twist or just plain Pong? If you're literally just getting started, just make Pong. Not sure if my joke flew over your head. No joke can possibly fly over my head. I would simply catch it. But yeah, I think that those like clarity issues and the speed of the game could be improved. But because I couldn't tell what's happening, boo, he stole that game joke from James Gunn. Vari, don't tell them. Vari, why you gotta spoil my whole gosh, out of control. Yeah. I can't really comment because because of the clarity issues I mentioned and because of the speed of the game, I can't even really comment on the balance of it because I don't know. I don't know how close I was to winning. I don't know how close I was to to losing. I really don't know how strong my units were. Did I make good choices? Did I pick overpowered stuff? I actually have no clue, and that's also probably not necessarily a good sign. But yeah, so I think with your games in general, Lusk, the trend I've seen is you have really good art, obviously, and you make these cool RPGs, like RPG is not the right word. What is it? Like these cool like turn-based strategy type stuff or real-time strategy type stuff that has like a lot of depth in like all the mechanics, and you have so many mechanics that work together. Yeah, systems-based games, like a lot of stuff like that have all this depth, but your one weakness that I would work on is the clarity of exposing all that depth to the player, especially like one step at a time. Because I think you make these systems that are so complex that once you get really versed in them, it's like extremely addicting and extremely fun. But you just need to work on the UI side of it to exposing all of that to the player. So that's mostly what I do. But I think that the idea of this is really good. It's a fun concept for sure. And obviously, you know, your art is incredible. So you're great with the mechs. I mean, even this, which I think you said you weren't focused on the art at all. You were just trying to do gameplay system stuff. But I think all your mech designs are really sick. So, yeah. Monarch, don't worry about UI. He's got me. True, it do be like that. Yeah. But cool. Let me. Dude? I swear there was a piece of feedback that popped into my head, and then I forgot it. Hopefully, I can remember before the end of the stream. Hey, Megabyte, welcome. Okay, drink some water. My poor throat. All right. Next up, we have Out of Tune by Angelo Dev. Hydrate or dihydrate. It do be like that. The executable is highly recommended. Made by lead developer Angelo Dev, game designer Jack Rowan. Hold on. I didn't see the last name. And the voice actor is Doodle Animates. All right. I can hear the game. To thine motherland the brass army marches, slaves to the song. An aria of disharmony grasps the realm. Take up thy violin and do something else. Let me make sure the volume is proper. Okay, so what I saw was that this is a like rhythm Metroidvania. Love the parallaxing effects are really nice, and it's really cool to blur as you get deeper into the background to give that sense of depth. You might want to change the blur rates a little bit, because you can see this piece right here
is the most like high def, the least blurred in the background, but it's like a further back parallax layer. So you could blur that a little bit more and then bring the earlier parallax layers a little bit more in focus, and I think the depth would be a little cleaner. And then also the front parallax that moves quicker than the camera is really nice, but you might not want to cover your player character with it right at the start. But as long as there isn't like any important fights where details are getting covered, I think it should be fine. And honestly, Silksong did more screen covering with their front-based parallaxing than anything else, so. Nice. You have to attack on beat. Oh, he's a friend.
Good day, traveler. Or good as days get around here in these times. Who are you?
My name is Leet. What do I call you?
They used to call me Old Keys when the lights were still lit. An old joke about an old joke. You truly should not have come here. There's nothing left but the dust, the mad, and me.
That is why I've come. I need to save my people from what has been done to yours.
Do you know what lies ahead?
I know that someone has to stop them. It may as well be me.
I have lost much to them, to it.
Then let us end it.
I have heard that refrain many times. You aren't the first to vow to stop the song. But you bear no sword or shield, only an instrument. Perhaps you're onto something. I am too frail to help you, but you have what I hope I still have left.
Farewell, Old Keys.
You know, an odd fellow came this way some time ago, vanished into the forest, and I believe he hides there still. One of your people, perhaps? Maybe he can offer some aid.
Don't think I can make that. Dude, is this front piece a reference to the trilobite in Hollow Knight? Probably not, but reminds me of it. Oh, I can pogo? I can pogo to the beat? Hold on. Check this. Hold on, I gotta reload it. Pogo genius.
When the dire sonata plays, the secret chord shall be heard. May there be silence at last.
I skipped to the end of the game. I speedrunner skipped to the end of the game. Let's go. Nice. Call that a speedrun. All right, let's actually play the game. Whew. Incredible. Although it looks like it kind of broke trying to replay the game. So let's just go back in from the start. What happens when you ingest too much vertex shader? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, more old man groans. True. All right. I don't have to talk to him. Nice. Nice. Oh. Is that a secret or?
I could probably speedrunner skip in there too, but I probably shouldn't. You can heal by pressing E once you have enough energy. Was the heal that flash? Okay. Oof. Gotta put a epilepsy warning on that. Okay, that transition is very funny. Hold on. Like, all right, let's just see what's up here. Hope nothing sucks me into the ether. Ah! Nice. Oh, that's a wall. Okay. Oh, can you hear me? The birds are weird around here.
No idea. They have no idea.
Hello, sir?
Vin is the eye of the owl. Vin is invisible.
Do you hear me, man? Hello?
Fools, all of them dunces are fools.
Well, this is just rude.
The sour notes are on the march. Stealthy Vin watches and warns. Without him, the kingdom falls.
These woods are perilous. Have you spied a way through?
Their musics do not sway Vin. He's immune to their
What? They're fugues? Is that a type of music? Vin has clearly been alone too long. How'd you manage to get up there?
Vin will never tell anyone about the secret for reaching the best hiding spots. And Vin is the only one who knows how to leap twofold. No one can ever find him.
Leaving in midair, I suppose it's worth a try. That's so funny. I unlocked double jump by talking to a guy who said, "Have you considered simply jumping while you're in the air?" I'm like, damn, good idea, bro. Layering issues on that NPC. Oh, were there? Oh, true. Good catch. It's like he's supposed to be behind the rocks, so it looks like he's hiding up there, but instead there's like the straight line cut off. There's a few places where the layering is a little bit off. Like here, it feels like these assets are upside down, right? Like they're just cut off on the top. It feels like they should be the other way around. You can see it most, yeah, when it's in the light right here. Okay, well, I got double jump. So in theory, I could go right to the end of the game, right? Seems I won't get through that way again. Must find another path. Now that I know that one path back there ends the game. Weehaw. Ah. Totally forgot about the whole rhythm mechanic there and just tried to attack. Nice. And we successfully pogoed. Can I break the wall? No. Okay. Nice. Whee! Oh, Silk Song. We hit the big bell. Alright, see you next time, X Gamer. Thanks for hanging out. A touch Silk Song inspired, some might suggest. Oh, that hit me. Dang. The hitbox on that is crazy. What's the button to heal? I actually don't remember. Oh, there we go. Oh, I build energy up. Oh, so I can, in theory, heal infinitely if I just don't miss any notes, right? Okay. Interesting. Oh, boss fight. Oh. He's gonna cook me. Nice, not bad.
I thought that was safe. Oh, I got the heal off at least. Uh-oh. Looks like I'm dead. Not allowed to die. Oof. Game crash is a little bit rough. If you die in the game, you die in real life. It do be like that. Oof. Unlucky, unlucky. Let's see how quickly can I speedrun back there. Yeah, I think the yeah, the rhythm to me of the shooting with the violin feels a little off. Like, it doesn't feel like the clicking is at the time I expect it to. So there might be a little bit of a calibration issue. Does this game have... I doubt this game has calibration settings. I think it was for a jam, right? That's definitely one thing to keep in mind for rhythm games. They really rely on being perfectly calibrated. Don't think the music is synced with the attack speed at all. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like it. And then also, I think in the boss fight, the music changed, and so did the rhythm of the attacking, which is a little bit confusing, because, you know, you spend the whole game learning the rhythm of attacking to the current beat, and then suddenly you need to attack at a different beat in the boss fight. It just feels... Okay. Give me my double jump. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, we got a double jump. Oh, you got me. Also, I think the energy might deplete a little fast. Also, you probably noticed the top half of my sprite disappeared for a second there. I think it's because, yeah, when the character is split, when you split the sprite so that they can play this animation, you can see the character is split on the animation on the bottom. How, like, the little waves of the cloth no longer line up. And I think what happened there was the sprite was split, but it didn't have either a bottom or top half, whichever half was missing, when it tried to transition to the falling animation, which caused, like, half of the body to disappear. Hi guys, it's me, IDT, with a bag of flavor-blasted extra cheddar goldfish. It do be like that. Awesome. Yeah, the needing to click to a rhythm to attack is so interesting. It really takes a lot of control away from the player. Hope the enemy's dead, because they were fully hidden behind the environment. Yeah, okay. Okay. One important thing with enemy design. Ow. Is he like teleporting? I can't. Okay, at least I respawned. The music is still sped up though. One important thing with boss design that I think would be helpful is you really want enemies. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if the bar at the bottom is properly charted to the song. Yes, I think you're right. The bottom doesn't really match up with the rhythm you need to click at, and it feels very inconsistent. And it doesn't really fit the song that well. Actually, right now is the best it's fit all game, I think. And it matches the song the best as it has all game too. But it's definitely a little inconsistent. It's pretty close, but yeah. One thing that a lot of people don't know is I am an extreme rhythm game aficionado. I used to get high scores on like the Expert Pro Plus Rock Band Drums leaderboard. So these kind of rhythm clicking challenges are my jam. And it's just off enough to be an issue. But what I was saying about boss design is one thing you definitely want to think about is tells and wind-ups. It's like, after this attack is a good example. Okay, that time he slithered away. But here, sometimes after this attack, he'll charge at me. And there's no wind-up to tell that that's going to happen. He just starts moving. But if you gave him like a little bit of a lean down before he charged forward, then it would feel way more... Oh. Lost my mouse on the screen. And somehow didn't take damage, which is surprising. Ow. Yeah, that is surprisingly hard to react to because it's hard to tell he's going to do it because there's no wind-up for it. Similarly, this attack where he goes directly across the screen and the attack where he comes up and channels these spears from the bottom of the ground have this same walk-up animation to it. So when he starts walking up, you don't know if you need to get ready to dodge the spears or if you need to get ready to jump over them. Okay. That... Okay, these are coming out much faster now. I think if you're close to him, that might actually be straight up undodgeable. I died? I thought I got the heal off. I am now in slow motion, it looks like. Am I right? It's hard to hear me over the game. Okay, let me turn it down a little bit then. Okay. Okay, I turned it down a couple notches. Hopefully you can hear me now. The game is in slow motion now, I swear. Maybe it's just because it was going really fast in the main boss fight. Bro. The camera shake is out of control. Bro, I'm losing it. I'm crashing out. Never should have smoked that shit. What is going on? Ugh. Getting hit by his attack during the like going to the second boss fight phase animation is brutal. That hit me? Okay, at least we're back to normal. Thank goodness. Okay. We're back to a playable state. Daribi. Bro, you gotta stop the hitboxes during the... So I got to full energy and pressed to heal, and the heal didn't go through, but I thought it was healing, and then the spikes hit me. Brutal. I think I'm stuck in screen shake mode again. There's a lack of feedback. I think that's honestly not too bad. The boss is tanky though. I think that the energy from playing your music notes correctly that you use to heal goes away way too fast. Also, during the phase switch where boss is going to phase 2, the fact that he can still very easily hit you and deal damage is something worth considering changing. Ah. Okay, be very careful. Whew. Okay. I can dash now. Oh, have I had dash the whole time? Having dash the whole time. You can dash through the obstacle. Nice. Whew. The biggest issue is that the boss is stuck with too many of the same pattern. Wait, when I come through to the right here, I exit on the left. I can no longer click to this slow rhythm. This is very... This is a little bit confusing. Exiting to the left, even though I went in the right. I think generally, you probably want to keep that consistent. Woo. Come on. Oof. Pretty sure the boss music wasn't in 4.4, but the attack bar was. Yeah, and even like that aside, it's like the calibration is off to the point where it's like hard to even judge, you know? I feel like the number one thing to do is just to like spam clicks so that you sometimes hit it on the proper timing. Nice. Take care, Joe. Gotta walk my dogs, go to sleep. Good night or day. Hey, thanks for hanging out. All right, well, I beat the boss, so I think we did it. Nice. Don't know if it's been said, but some more fluid animations would be nice. Yeah, I think overall, I don't have too big of an issue with the animations. Obviously, I think this was a game jam, so you only have a limited amount of time to make those animations. But I think that the core idea makes sense to me. The 1 month jam, yeah, I feel like it's pretty cool for a 1 month jam. You managed to do a lot of cool stuff in here. I think like for the boss fight, one thing you definitely want to work on though is the wind up animations and the cooldown animations, because you want the player to have a chance to recognize what attack the boss is going for so that they can react to it. And I feel like a lot of the attacks were I just need to be ready to get out of the way of any hitbox coming at me, as opposed to watching the boss and feeling like I was really reacting to what they were doing. Additionally, there were lots of little details during the boss fight that you could polish up. Stuff like I mentioned it during the fight, but when you're fighting the boss and he transitions to a new phase, you want to like be ready to react to what he does next. So the fact that he kept attacking during the transition, basically. And then there was one attack during his second phase where when he dashes out, he is holding up his sword. When he is holding up his sword, he dashes out and is holding up his sword, and a hitbox for one of the spears came up during that, even though it felt completely disjointed and unrelated to what he was doing, right? I was watching him dash in, and then there's just a hitbox on me. Didn't feel like he was throwing out the hitbox or he set up the attack or whatever. And I think that what you want to do with your boss fight is make sure you're properly managing players' expectations so that when they take damage, it feels like it's because they didn't properly react. Like the boss went for an attack and they didn't dodge it at the right time. But a lot of the times when I took damage during that boss fight, it felt like either I was clicking to the beat, but it didn't register the hit, or I was trying to heal, but I lost energy because I didn't play the note at the right time and the energy decreased quickly, so I didn't get the heal off, or the boss just kind of randomly moved into me even though he wasn't doing an attack. All that sort of stuff. And so I think in general, you need a lot more tells from the boss so that it feels like I'm reacting to what they're doing. Additionally, when the boss would land a hit on me or would do something, there wasn't a lot of good feedback from the boss on like the mistake I made. It's like I take damage and it just sort of happens and I need to keep fighting. You know, it's like, look at what happens when you take damage in Hollow Knight. There's a reason there's so much pomp and circumstance to it. There's a reason when you take damage, the like music cuts down and there's a giant vignette, and then also Hollow Knight gives a lot of invulnerability frames and you can really feel them. You can really feel the amount of time you have to not take damage from just another overlapping hitbox. Whereas in here, I don't even know how many invulnerability frames I had, but there were a lot of times where I sort of like take damage and then could instantly come in again. And I think in general, you just want to make sure all of those things can get ironed out. But the biggest thing about this game is the core attacking happens by hitting like the notes on the proper rhythm, right? So that needs to feel extremely, extremely polished. That needs to always 100% feel like if you play the note, then it comes out as you expect. Which means you need like calibration settings to make sure that people feel like it's coming out at the right time. It needs to line up with the song, and it needs to always be predictable. It's like, imagine if you were playing Hollow Knight and 20% of the time when you press to attack, it just didn't happen. So I'm jumping over a boss's head, going for a pogo, and the pogo just doesn't come out, right? It's like the amount of times where I thought I was pressing the button on the beat, it felt to me like I was keeping the beat just fine, and the attack didn't come out was like really high, and that makes it really, really difficult to like enjoy what's happening because like I'm playing around with my, like, it just felt like one of my main mechanics was really inconsistent. So that is one thing that you definitely for a game like this need to keep 100% consistent. If the player presses the button on the beat or even close to the beat, the attack needs to come out. Sometimes the attack would come out on like the next beat after I had clicked for the previous one, even though I didn't click again,
So I feel like there is some kind of like generous compensation happening, but it doesn't feel like a consistent compensation, right? I feel like I can't plan around it. So a lot of the boss fight was me just trying to keep the beat at all times while hovering the mouse over the boss, and then trying to make sure I'm always ready to jump out of the way no matter what is happening, because he doesn't have tells. So if he's just moving at me, I got to be ready to jump at all times. So I think those are like that would be the biggest thing to improve, definitely, for this game in particular, because I think the idea of a rhythm-based Metroidvania with these like cool boss fights where you're clicking your mouse to the rhythm of the song, I feel like that could feel really good, but you'll need to make sure that the rhythm part of it makes sense, and that the boss itself feels like he is intentional. He needs to make decisions based on what the player's doing. That's another thing, is your boss felt like it was just repeating a cycle. You know, he either goes across or creates the thing. He shoots the spikes up or runs across. And those are basically all he's going to do. Or the spikes come along the ground. It didn't feel really related to like, oh, he's not going to like jump backwards and throw out a thing because Isadora's close. Or not Isadora, the player. Sorry, I'm so used to talking about boss design in terms of Isadora. So let me rewind. It didn't feel like he was going to, like, because the player is close to him, he's going to jump backwards. Or because the player is hugging the wall, he's going to try to cover space. He is just going to do his pattern over and over again, no matter what. And sometimes having a pattern or a cycle to it is fine. But you want to make sure that it does feel still reactive. Not like, okay, next is this, next is this, next is this. Like, there needs to be some amount of reacting to what the player is doing, as well as giving me tells and proper feedback. But I think you did a great job with the atmosphere of the game. Like the environmental settings are really cool. You did a good job with the parallax. I like the way the filters, like, or the blurring as it goes into the background is really cool. You can actually see it on the title screen. The thing I was talking about, how, look how out of place it feels. That this one background element is not blurred, but then this one in front of it and this one behind it are blurred. Doesn't that really stand out? It's actually quite strange. It might be a little bit too dark to see. But that also might just be because I have my studio lights on. But that is one thing you'll want to do, is make sure the blurring gets more intensified the further into the background you go, as opposed to being either equal all the way out, or like this one having the one non-blurred asset between the two blurred ones. But that being said, some of the little inconsistencies and some of the sprites cutting off and the ordering issues really didn't cause that much of a concern, because the overall environment was really well made. So the effect was good, despite, you know, having some inconsistencies, which is good, you know. But yeah, I think the idea of the game is very cool, like a Hollow Knight style Metroidvania played to the rhythm, especially like, you know, these kind of boss themes can be very orchestral and very impressive and have all kinds of stuff going on. So as Hollow Knight and Silksong do. So being able to make those into a rhythm game where you're also fighting a boss as it happens is a very cool concept. And the environmental design is really good. So you just need to shore up some of the animation stuff, some of the boss design stuff, and making sure the rhythm aspect of the game, the main mechanic, is extremely consistent. Because that was the main thing that was playing it, is the consistency. But yeah, great job. And I'm glad I beat the boss, despite having one soft lock where the game froze. IDT is out of here. IDT's like, I got Night Rain to play. Okay, it is approximately 5, so I think I need to go eat some dinner. And also give my vocal cords a break. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. It was a good stream. I feel like we had some good conversations about design, and also played some cool games. So sorry for the spam. No, that's totally fine. But yeah, peace out everyone. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next Saturday. Bye-bye.